Chapter 152. Bastard! What are you doing? Get lost! Get away from me! Black Lily finally panicked, and she quickly raised her legs to block her front to prevent herself from being exposed. Her eyes revealed a trace of fear that could not be concealed. As a gang leader, she knew all too well what a man would do when he showed such an expression. For any woman, it was a nightmare. Many slum girls with dreams went crazy under such circumstances, and some even chose to commit suicide. Abel licked his lips with a lewd smile. What am I doing? Of course I'm doing you. Bitch, I'd like to see if you can still put on that high and mighty expression when you're screaming under my crotch. With that, he pounced on her and tore off her clothes, pants, and boots like a wild beast. Even though Black Lily tried her best to resist, her hands and feet were tied, and it did not take long for everything on her body to be turned into rags. Her fair and slender thighs, her small belly without a trace of fat, her round shoulders, her smooth back, all the elements that were enough to make a man's blood boil, were all hidden under the tattered cloth strips, which made people feel particularly excited. Ha 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 ha! Resist! Keep resisting! I like hot women, like you. Abel laughed arrogantly as he took off his clothes. Just as he was about to pounce on the delicacy, the door to the room was pushed open with a bang. A sturdy young man rushed in and shouted, "Boss! No good! Damn it! What the hell happened? You better give me a reasonable explanation, or your corpse will be in the moat tomorrow." Abel's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted with a ferocious expression. Any man who was interrupted at a critical moment would not have a good temper, let alone a ruthless gang leader like him. The young man was frightened by his boss's fierce gaze, and he hurriedly took a deep breath and explained, "Outside. There's a young wizard outside. He's massacring in the front hall. Our people can't hold on. In just a few minutes, half of them died, and the rest ran for their lives. And he's on his way here. I'm just here to inform you." Ha 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 ha. He's here. He's finally here. Upon hearing this news, Black Lily, who had been crying, burst into laughter. At the same time, her eyes revealed an unforgettable hatred. As a woman, especially a woman who had never been touched by any man before, she hated those men who used violent means on women the most. Therefore, she had secretly made up her mind that once she regained her freedom, she would immediately tear the guy who had tried to violate her into pieces. Mage. They were a group of people at the top of the pyramid in Linton City. He wielded terrifying supernatural powers, with judicial immunity. Having grown up in the city, Abel knew the consequences of angering a mage. Even his father, a minor noble, would not be able to escape death, let alone a mere guild leader like himself. Tremble! The fat on his body began to tremble uncontrollably, and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. Sweat dripped down his forehead, and he stood there like a fool. His eyes were lifeless, and he muttered to himself, "How could this be? How could this be?" Seeing his boss so frightened, a trace of contempt appeared on the youth's face. He suddenly struck out and punched Abel's round belly. Then, without hesitation, he kicked him to the ground and took out a rope he had prepared beforehand. It took only 2 seconds for him to be firmly tied up. "Archibald, what are you doing? Do you not want to live anymore?" Abel finally reacted and shouted in panic. The youth called Archibald did not say a word and directly kicked his boss. He then pretended to helplessly spread out his hands. "Sorry, boss. I'm just trying to live. You must know that you've angered a mage. Perhaps your life can be exchanged for ours." Hearing this reason, Abel was stunned for a moment before he cursed, "Traitor! Damn traitor! Have you forgotten who gave you scum food to eat? Who gave you status and status? Huh, don't make yourself sound so noble. You've always treated us as tools to be used, not humans. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. apart from brainless idiots like the butcher, who is truly loyal to you. To be honest, we've all been working for bread. Otherwise, with your dog-shit methods, you would have been killed many times over. Get a grip on reality. You're just a rich and evil fatty. You're just riding on the coattails of gold coins. Saying that, Archibald gave Gil Abel a fierce kick and stepped on his face. His eyes revealed a cold glint. Since you've angered a big shot that you shouldn't have, then you should pay with your life. I believe that the mage won't care too much about small fries like us. So, for the sake of the rest of us, please die. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out a dagger and stabbed at Gil Abel's chest. Just as the sharp weapon was about to pierce through the skin, a white light suddenly shot out from the door. Archibald instantly felt dizzy, and his vision turned black. He fell to the ground and lost consciousness. A few seconds later, a little boy with a bandage on his shoulder rushed into the room and shouted, "Big sister, are you okay?" "Benson, you're still alive," Black Lily shouted with a face full of surprise. When the bar was attacked, almost all of her most loyal subordinates were killed, and the fate of the remaining few was unknown. Now that she suddenly saw someone appear in front of her, she immediately became excited. The boy hurriedly ran to the bed and cut the rope with a dagger. He hurriedly explained, "Big sister, of course I'm not dead. I brought reinforcements. That mage is too powerful. He burned the fiercest thugs into charred corpses with a single spell. By the way, why is your face swollen? Why are your clothes so tattered?" At this point, he suddenly realized that his boss seemed to have been violated again. His eyes immediately turned red as he roared, "Damn it! Which bastard did this? I'll kill him. Is it that bastard Gil?" Chapter 153. "Shut up. I'm fine. I was just punched twice. Hurry up and untie the rope. I'll take revenge myself." Black Lily said through gritted teeth, "Understood. That's the rule of the underworld. Whoever suffers a loss will be the one to take revenge." Seeing that his boss's mental state didn't fluctuate too much, the boy immediately understood that she had only suffered a small loss. He hastened his movements and quickly cut the rope completely. As a child who grew up in the slums, he knew almost everything, especially when it came to men and women. When he saw that his boss's underwear was still intact, he knew that he wasn't too late. As soon as she regained her mobility, Black Lily charged forward like a female leopard, ignoring the danger of being exposed. Her fists rained down on Gil Abel's face, and in just a dozen seconds, Gil Abel's face was beyond recognition. Not only was the bridge of his nose completely caved in, many of his teeth had also fallen out, and he was screaming like a pig being slaughtered. "Damn fat pig! Do you remember what I said just now? You're dead, and you'll die a horrible death." Black Lily cursed loudly as she continued to swing her fists. Her hands were soon covered in sticky blood, some of which belonged to Gil Abel, and some of which belonged to her. After all, the effect of force was mutual. When she hit someone, her fists naturally had to bear the same amount of force. That was why it didn't take long for her skin to crack, and in more serious cases, her joints would be injured. Just as Black Lily was getting more and more violent and out of control, Andre, who was standing at the door, finally couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped forward and grabbed her wrist. "Enough. Let's stop venting our anger. If you're still not satisfied, I can provide you with some torture methods. But if you continue, your hands will be crippled." "Humph. I'm not as weak as you think." Black Lily rolled her eyes in a fit of pique, but she still listened to his advice. She wiped the blood off her tattered clothes and slowly stood up. However, she had apparently forgotten that her clothes had been torn, so when she stood up, her voluptuous figure was instantly exposed, especially the two peaks that could no longer be covered by the linen tube top. They were standing proudly, and the bottomless cleavage was particularly alluring. Only the tight shorts on the lower half of her body accentuated her flat abdomen without a trace of excess fat, as well as her round and perky buttocks. The slightly sunken part in the middle of her breasts was enough to make any man's blood boil. This stimulating scene made Andre, who was already in his puberty, have a strong impulse. Coupled with Chloe's teasing for the past 2 days, his body had been in a constant state of restlessness. He felt his nose warm, and 2 streams of blood flowed out. Wow. It seems like I'm still very attractive to you, isn't it? Saying that, Black Lily deliberately took 2 steps forward, perfectly showing the curve of her ample breasts. At the same time, she reached out a finger and gently wiped the blood from her nose. Although Andre was a little tempted by this level of teasing, considering that this woman's way of thinking was different from normal people, he smiled bitterly and gently pushed her away. All right, stop fooling around. Your face is so swollen. You'd better get some cold water on it, or it'll swell up quickly. Also, change into some clothes immediately. There's still a lot of mess outside to deal with. Although it was a little embarrassing to have a nosebleed, he knew that it was because his body had been a little too hot recently, and there was no one to vent it on. In addition, he had been stimulated by the outside world, so it was normal to bleed a little. Hee, it seems that you're a little shy. It's okay, we can take it slow. After all, didn't you appear without hesitation when you heard that I was in danger? Isn't this proof of love? Black Lily seemed to have walked out of the shadow of almost being raped and began to tease Andre. She took the initiative to press her body against his and wrap her arms around his neck. Her eyes were burning with lust. The boy named Benson was quite perceptive. After noticing that the atmosphere in the room was a little off, he immediately and silently dragged the beaten Gil Abel and the unconscious Archibald to the corridor and closed the door behind him. In the blink of an eye, there was only a man and a woman left in the room. Black Lily, in particular, had been taking the initiative to approach him. Unlike Chloe's gentlemanly hints, her behavior was particularly bold. Her 2 slender, fair legs were constantly rubbing against each other, and her entire body was emitting a seductive fragrance. Andre felt his blood rush to his head, and his eyes quickly became bloodshot. He suddenly grabbed the sexy woman in front of him by the neck and warned her while breathing heavily, "You're playing with fire." Playing with fire? Black Lily stretched out a finger and shook it in front of his eyes with a smile. "No, I'm trying to protect myself. I'm sure you've seen how cruel the gang fights in the slums are. One wrong step, and you'll die without a burial place. Guess what would have happened if you had appeared just a little later? I would have been raped by that dead pig, and I might have become a walking corpse without a soul, just like those prostitutes on the streets." Andre had a general understanding of the lawlessness and chaos in the backstreets. He understood how difficult it was for a woman to become a gang leader, so he nodded slightly. "I understand what you mean, but as long as you're willing to help me gather information, I'll naturally protect you. You don't have to do this." "No, my dear, you don't understand." Black Lily took a deep breath, and a trace of bitterness appeared on her face. "Most of the people living here don't even know how to read, and they don't know what law and morality are. In their eyes, there are only 2 things worth caring about: food and life. As a gang leader, not only do I have to feed them, but I also have to let them know the consequences of challenging their boss's authority. Perhaps the title of a mage can be a deterrent, but unless I become your lover, some people will have a fluke mentality and think that they can replace you." That sounds a little complicated. Based on what you're saying, the gangsters and hooligans in the backstreets only care about practical benefits. Andre asked with a frown. "That's right. These people don't have big goals, and they don't have extravagant hopes of becoming a leader. The reason they work with their lives is simple, and that's to survive. Therefore, Their thinking isn't complicated. Otherwise, how do you think an idiot like Gil Abel could become the boss of the slums? It's simple because he's rich, and his father is a small noble. Chapter 154. At this point, Black Lily's eyes shone with a strange light. She tore off her clothes, stood on her tiptoes, and gave him a passionate kiss. She then licked her alluring red lips. Come on, my dear. Possess me and make me your woman. This way, I can become the queen of the entire slum, and you can be my master and lover. Feeling the hot body in his arms, Andre narrowed his eyes and asked softly, You want to unify the underground forces of Linton City? Although he was burning with lust at this moment and couldn't wait to tear off the last piece of clothing from this sexy woman and pounce on her, his rationality told him that he had to remain calm before he figured out the situation. After all, there was a saying that only a man who could control his lower body could achieve great things. If he couldn't even resist temptation, then he would sooner or later fall. This is the ultimate dream of every gang leader, and I'm no exception. Think about it, my dear. When every thief, hoodlum, and delinquent in the city is under our control, how powerful would we be? Don't you want to gather information? Then you should help me. After saying that, Black Lily grabbed Andre's hand and placed it on her perky buttocks. At the same time, she kissed his neck and ears, licking the tip of her tongue playfully from time to time. She was like a blazing flame, burning herself to her heart's content, and at the same time causing others to burn as well. Andre closed his eyes and enjoyed the hot lady's caresses and kisses while suppressing the impulse in his heart and continued to ask, How can I guarantee your loyalty? Or rather, what can you use to guarantee that you won't choose to betray me after you've obtained great power? In Orire, it wasn't just the men who were heartless. There were countless examples of women who would turn their backs on them once their skirts were lifted. He didn't want to be betrayed by his lover one day, or be cuckolded. That would be too shameful as a transmigrator. As a person who had lived 2 lives and was relatively meticulous, Andre had always been very careful when choosing women. He tried his best to stay away from those scheming cheese, whether it was the determined female knight Serena, the young and pretty widow Elsa, or the big lowly Chloe who had just been engaged. None of them were women who would secretly find lovers outside. However, it was hard to say for Black Lily, who had climbed up from the bottom of society bit by bit. After all, she had seen the dirtiest, darkest, and most twisted side of the world. At the same time, she had an almost morbid desire for power. Although it seemed that she had feelings for him now, it was hard to say if she wouldn't turn to someone else for more power in the future. One had to know that women were much more vicious than men when they were ruthless. In Andre's subconscious mind, he had always been repulsed by women who desired power. Because in his view, these women were like ticking time bombs. It was better to stay away from them. Black Lily saw the vigilance and suspicion in Andre's eyes. She laughed self-deprecatingly. Perhaps you think that I'm an ambitious woman who would do anything for power. But I want to tell you that all of this has nothing to do with power. My mother was once a prostitute in the back streets, a high and mighty mage, like you would never be able to imagine the terrible torture and humiliation she endured in order to survive. She paused for a moment, and a trace of hatred appeared in her eyes. When she died, I swore in front of her tombstone that I would get rid of all the scum. Then I would set the rules so that all the women in the slums could go out safely without having to worry about being kidnapped or raped. In order to do that, I would need to control the forces of the gangs in Lincoln City. That's a good dream. Although the possibility of it being realized is not high, I like it very much. As he spoke, Andre reached out his hand and gently stroked the slightly swollen face of the sexy woman in his arms. His other hand held the woman's full and perky buttocks and hugged her in his arms. At the same time, he kissed her forehead. He could see that everything Black Lily said was true. It was just that she was a little too idealistic. Generally speaking, this kind of person had a firm will. As long as they made a promise, they would not have to worry about betrayal, unless their ideals conflicted with the promise. However, he would definitely raise both hands to support the idea of reorganizing the gangs. After all, as a local gangster, if they could not obtain any support from the local residents, then they would be like water without a source, a tree without roots. Why couldn't the Italian mafia be eliminated on Earth? It was because they were closely integrated with the local residents. Any old man, woman, or child could be a spy for the mafia. As soon as the police were dispatched, the Italian side would be able to obtain first-hand information and immediately hide everything that should be hidden. In such an environment, what good ideas could the law enforcers have? In order for the gangs to be successful, the first thing was to change their attitude of bullying the civilians in the past. At the same time, they had to let all the residents feel that the gangs could bring them benefits. Otherwise, no matter how well they operated, as long as the city defense forces conducted a surprise inspection, they would immediately suffer heavy losses. Why do you say that my dream can't be realized? Black Lily closed her eyes and enjoyed the gentle caress while she asked with rapid breathing. It was the first time she had such intimate contact with a man. She only felt a burst of numbness all over her body, and she could not exert any strength at all. As a gang leader, Black Lily had long understood the relationship between men and women like the back of her hand. However, theory was just theory. After putting it into practice, she realized that she was a complete newbie. She originally wanted to take the initiative and make the other party completely infatuated with her. However, the foreplay had only just begun, and she had already completely fallen for it. It's very simple. It's because men are creatures that are purely dominated by desire. They always desire more money, more power, and more beautiful women. This is the nature hidden in their blood, and it can never be eliminated. You may be able to reduce the occurrence of such situations through rules, and you may also be able to use punishment to make people fear, but it's impossible to eliminate it once and for all. After saying that, Andre used his nimble fingers to pry open the tube top. With a forceful tug, the two plump breasts were finally freed from their restraints and bounced out. The two pinkish grapes at the top were emitting an alluring scent. He reached out his hand and kneaded it slightly. Then he leaned down and opened his mouth to suck hard. Black Lily instantly felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her whole body could not help but tremble. Her legs tightened, and a large water stain appeared in the middle of her underwear. At this moment, her mind was blank. She allowed the other party to take over her everything, silently waiting for her to turn from a girl into a real woman. Chapter 155. You're very sensitive. Don't suppress it. Just scream if you want to. Seeing how obedient Black Lily was, Andre, who was already burning with desire, took off his robe and pounced on her. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of a man's heavy breathing and a woman's moans. After who knew how long, the two finally stopped, panting heavily on the bed. Black Lily, in particular, was still immersed in the exercise just now. Her body twitched slightly, and her eyes seemed to be in a daze. After resting for a few minutes, Andre pointed at his shoulder and back, and teased with a smile, "You're really a wild kitten. Look at the scratches and bite marks on my body. They're all your work." He had to admit that this woman was really wild. In just 40 minutes, she had left more than 20 bite marks and countless scratch marks on his body. It was as if she had turned all the pain of her first time into lust. Black Lily raised her arm weakly and gently touched the marks she had left behind. She winked playfully. "This is a mark I left for you. No matter where you go in the future, no matter what kind of woman you sleep with, you'll think of me when you see these marks. Oh, if that's the case, I should also leave a mark on your body so that everyone will know that you belong to me." As he spoke, Andre stretched out a finger and pointed at the spot between his new lover's neck and chest. An eye-shaped pattern appeared instantly. It was his own secret mark. "What is this?" Black Lily asked curiously as she touched the mark that was emitting a faint halo. As the leader of a gang in the slums, she knew very little about magic. To be more precise, she only knew the name and price. As for the specific uses, she knew nothing at all. After all, anything related to magic was expensive. It was definitely not something that a group of poor people who even had to save money on food could afford. "My mark is equivalent to a protection. Anyone who knows about arcane magic will know that you belong to me. Attacking you is tantamount to declaring war on me. By the way, I still don't know your name." Andre suddenly remembered that Black Lily should be a nickname. He didn't even know the name of his new lover. It was really not enough. "Haha, I was just wondering when you would remember to ask for my name. It seems that our hearts are really connected. My name is Bonnie. My mother spent 2 silver coins to hire a scholar to give it to me. It's said that it means sweetness, beauty, elegance, and kindness." After learning Black Lily's real name, Andre pulled her into his arms and kissed her swollen cheek. He gently comforted her. "It's a very good name, and it matches you. I can see that she must have loved you. 2 silver coins are not a small amount of money for people who live in the slums." He could feel that his lover had very special feelings for her deceased mother. Every time she mentioned her mother, her emotions would fluctuate greatly. Yes, she loved me very much. She even protected me from a group of scoundrels and was beaten to death in the end. In order to take revenge, I became the best pickpocket in this area when I was 9 years old. When I was 12 years old, I started fighting with a stick. When I was 15 years old, I was recognized by a boss and became a small leader in charge of a street. But this boss didn't have good intentions. A year later, he locked me in a room and tried to rape me. But he didn't expect that I had already prepared a dagger. At this point, Bonnie paused for a moment, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. When this idiot was busy taking off his clothes, I easily stabbed the dagger into his throat. The whole gang was shocked. Then I went all out and killed 5 more leaders. Finally, the whole gang was under my control. Guess when I became the boss, what was the first thing I did? Revenge. Make those who killed your mother pay the price. Andre said without thinking, putting himself in her shoes. He felt that if he was in a similar situation, he would definitely go overboard. He might even fall into the dark side of human nature and become a bloody and cruel executioner. It could be said that it was not easy for Black Lily to maintain her kindness after all that she had gone through. Her persistence was especially admirable. Bonnie nodded with a cold smile. "That's right. It was revenge. I found those hooligans one by one and used a dagger to dig out their hearts. Then I fed them to the dogs. Scum like them don't deserve to live." Andre could understand her feelings at the time, so he sighed and comforted her. "Well done. If it were me, I would have used more cruel methods. It seems that the chaos in the slums must be stopped. Otherwise, similar tragedies will happen again. The people living here will live in endless fear forever." As a transmigrator from Earth, he was not satisfied with the current state of Lincoln City, especially the corruption of the city guards. It had crossed the bottom line and was unbearable. It took him a lot of effort to suppress the urge to crush all these vermin and scum, especially the ruffians stationed near the slums. Sometimes they were no different from bandits who blocked the road and robbed people. These guys basically didn't do anything in the slums. Sometimes, in order to make more money, they even connived at crime. Many cases of kidnapping and human trafficking were completed under their secret support. As long as they could get a share of the profits, they didn't care whether people died or not. At most, they would pretend to investigate, but the result was, without exception, nothing was found. Driven by the huge profits, part of the city guards stationed in the slums had joined the gangs. After all, the city hall and the nobles never paid attention to this place, so they did whatever they wanted without any scruples. But as the saying goes, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Now, it was time to use another method that did not cross the bottom line of the ruler to rectify the terrible situation. At the same time, teach the ruffians a lesson and let them understand what retribution was. That's right. I want to establish order in this chaotic place. I want everyone to obey the rules I set. Anyone who violates them will be severely punished. Bonnie clenched her fists and said, resolutely, then go ahead and establish the rules you want. I will support you without reservation. After saying that, Andre kissed his lover's smooth back. He stood up and took out a few men's clothes from the cupboard in the room. Although they looked a little loose, he could only make do with them for now. Chapter 156. 10 minutes later, in the front hall of Gil Abel's lair, a group of fierce-looking thugs knelt on the ground in fear. They lowered their heads and allowed the injured Benson to kick and punch them. They even had to put on a fawning expression as the dozen or so charred corpses beside them reminded them of the consequences of resisting. In fact, these originally arrogant and despotic thugs were already scared out of their wits. They would never forget how terrifying the mage brought by the boy in front of them was. A fireball instantly blew up several of the most powerful guys in the gang into pieces. Two of them were even professionals. Although they were only level 1, they were still well-known figures in the slums. Usually, even the patrolling soldiers had to give them some face. However, they were no different from ordinary people in the face of powerful arcane spells. They didn't even have time to react before they were sent flying to the ceiling. Blood and intestines splattered everywhere. Now, there was even one unlucky guy hanging from the iron ring where the candles were hung. In addition, the miserable state of the gang's leader, Gil Abel, was also intimidating to everyone. His face was completely swollen like a pig's head, and half of his teeth had been knocked out. One of his eyes was completely blind, and the other was so swollen that he couldn't even open it. He wasn't very conscious either, and he was constantly groaning in pain. The first rule of survival for the gangs in the slums was to never try to go against someone stronger than you. The second rule was that if your boss provoked someone you shouldn't, don't hesitate to abandon him. The third rule was to endure being beaten, scolded, and insulted as much as possible, because living was more important than anything else. These thugs knew very well what to do in order to survive this sudden accident. They couldn't resist or run away because it was easy to beat up the boy in front of them. However, they would have to bear the wrath of a powerful mage. As for running away, they didn't even think about it. With Gil Abel's forces destroyed, the Black Lily would inevitably annex his territory and become the new boss of the slums. When that time came, they would only need to issue a warrant for his arrest, and he would be caught even if he hid in the sewers. Fierce, weren't all of you so arrogant when you rushed into the bar? How did they all become cowards without balls now? Bah, a bunch of lowly scum. Just you wait. Wait for Big Sister to come out and settle the score. As Benson cursed, he brandished the wooden stick in his hand and slapped a burly man a few times, causing his face to swell. Ever since he joined the gang, he had only been involved in petty theft. He had never felt so satisfied before, especially when he saw a group of people who used to ride on his head lowering their heads and not even daring to talk back. An indescribable pleasure immediately emerged from the bottom of his heart. The boy had no idea that this was the thrill of having power and control over the life and death of others. He only felt that the best choice he had made in his life was not to run away, but to find Andre. Otherwise, how could he have the prestige he had now? Just as he was about to find another guy to beat up, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "All right, Benson, the lesson ends here." With that said, Bonnie slowly walked out. Her clothes were baggy and big, just barely covering her thighs. Furthermore, she had deliberately not worn pants. A translucent mucus mixed with blood slowly flowed from her inner thighs to her feet. Anyone who wasn't a fool would know what it meant. Without a doubt, Black Lily was using this method to announce to everyone that she was already a mage's woman. Anyone who wanted to make an enemy of her would have to carefully consider the consequences of angering a powerful mage. It was obvious that none of the gangs in the slums could do this. Even the first lieutenant of the city guard stationed here had to tuck his tail between his legs when faced with a wizard who could use a rank 3 arcane spell. Andre silently followed behind, not saying a word as he scanned the surroundings with his cold eyes. He paid special attention to Archibald, who had betrayed them at the critical moment. This youth gave him the feeling of a venomous snake that would turn around and bite him if he wasn't careful. As a transmigrator, he didn't expect to have any so-called loyal retainers or servants, but he definitely didn't like traitors. After all, no matter the time, traitors were always a group of people who were despised by others. They would do almost anything for their own interests. Of course, these villains usually had decent abilities. If used well, they could often achieve unexpected results. It was also because of this that Andre had cast a stun spell on him instead of blasting his head with a magic missile. Bonnie patted the boy's shoulder and went straight to the middle of the hall. She sat in the seat that originally belonged to Gil Abel and gently knocked on the table as she asked in a low voice, "Who's going to tell me where my men are locked up?" They're locked up in the sewers 2 blocks away," a thug answered carefully with his head lowered. "Benson, take a few people and go rescue Fatty and the others." "Understood." The boy nodded and used a stick to knock on the 2 thugs beside him. The 3 of them quickly walked out of the hall and ran in the direction of the sewers. After settling one of her worries, Bonnie turned her gaze to the groaning Gil Abel. A cold smile instantly appeared on her face. "Humph, his vitality is really tenacious. He actually didn't die. My dear, didn't you just say that there are many punishments that can make people wish they were dead but unable to die? Tell me about it. Perhaps we can try it on him." Based on his current physical condition, I recommend bamboo skewers, which is to use thin and tough bamboo or wood pieces to insert between the nails. Not only can this cause the target to feel intense pain, but it also won't easily lead to death. It's a very effective punishment. Andre understood that Black Lily wanted to establish her authority, so he cooperated with her by mentioning a method that could make people go crazy. He would not show any mercy to a scumbag like Gil Abel, who had committed so many crimes. "Sounds good. You and the 2 of you try cutting a few pieces of hardwood immediately." Bonnie personally pointed at the 3 thugs kneeling at the front, then sneered as she waited to watch a good show. The 3 brawny men looked at each other and sighed helplessly. They took out their daggers and cut a few wooden skewers from the legs of the stool. According to Andre's method, they pressed Gil Abel to the ground. The leader of the 3 gritted his teeth and stabbed a wooden skewer into the gap between his nails. Chapter 157. The excruciating pain caused the unconscious Gil Abel to scream like a pig being slaughtered. His entire body began to tremble violently, and he even began to bang his head against the ground. His heart-wrenching screams echoed in the hall, causing everyone who heard them to feel a chill run down their spines. They couldn't help but shudder, afraid that they would be next. The 3 people who were carrying out the punishment were also frightened, but they still hardened their hearts and inserted all 10 wooden skewers into Gil Abel's fingernails, leaving him to wail in agony on the ground. Bonnie nodded in satisfaction when he saw that they carried out his orders without any hesitation. Not bad. This voice is really pleasant to the ears. Dear, what other good ideas do you have? Let's talk about them together so that everyone can practice. Who knows, it might come in handy in the future. Second, I recommend pulling out the teeth. The teeth and gums are one of the areas with the densest nerves in the human body. Using pliers to pull them out one by one is enough to make one wish they were dead. Andre said expressionlessly. He knew very well that the reason Black Lily kept torturing her defeated opponents wasn't because of personal grudges, but because she used them as a tool to train her subordinates who had surrendered. She wanted everyone to know how vicious she could be when dealing with her enemies. Didn't you hear me? Go get the pliers and pull out all the teeth in his mouth. Remember, you must do it slowly. Bonnie roared fiercely at the thugs kneeling on the ground. No one dared to disobey her orders, and they all ran to the warehouse. In less than a minute, 7 or 8 people returned to the hall with pliers in their hands. Without wasting any time, they rushed up and pressed their former boss to the ground. They forced open Gil Abel's mouth and used the pliers to slowly pull out all the remaining teeth. In just a short while, there were more than 20 bloody teeth piled up on the ground. As for Gil Abel, he had already fainted from the pain. His mouth was full of scarlet blood, and he lay motionless on the ground as if he were dead. His clothes were soaked in sweat, and a foul smell wafted out of his pants. There was no doubt that he had lost control of his bladder. As the illegitimate son of a small noble and a merchant, he had always been used to having a smooth life. Even when he joined the gang, he relied on his powerful financial resources to easily obtain the position of the boss of the slums. How could he endure such cruel torture? Andre felt that it was about time. There was no point in torturing him any further. He cast a magic missile, and a dazzling light bullet instantly drew a beautiful arc in the air. Bang! 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 Rank 1 arcane spell. Magic missile. Missile hit target's head, dealing 2 damage. Missile hit target. S head, dealing 3 damage. Missile hit target's head, dealing 5 damage. Target's head. Abel's, you have received 15 experience points. Currently unallocated EXP has reached 12,930. With 3 dull thuds, Gil Abel's head was smashed open like a watermelon. White brain matter mixed with blood splattered everywhere. Many people who were closer to him did not manage to dodge in time and were splattered all over. However, they did not even dare to touch it. They just stood there with their heads lowered, silently waiting for the moment that would decide their fates. Normally speaking, when a guild annexed another guild, they would purge a group of people and leave behind a group of people. No one wanted to be the group that was purged, so they were all trying their best to show off in order to gain more chances of survival. Bonnie crossed her sexy legs and gently propped up her chin with one hand. She deliberately put on an unfathomable expression as she sat expressionlessly in her chair. As a guild leader, she knew best that at times like this, she had to keep these people in suspense. She had to make them feel afraid and terrified. Only then could she establish her own prestige. When she gave them some benefits in the future, many of them would immediately be grateful. Although a gang leader sounded a little unpresentable, she was still a leader. Since she was a leader, she naturally knew how to show kindness and authority, and now was the best time to show it. Silence. Absolute silence. Apart from the sound of breathing, there was no other sound in the hall. Seeing the atmosphere becoming more and more tense, Andre knew that it was time for him to take action. After all, they had already discussed it in the room. Black Lily would be responsible for pressuring these people, while he would come out at the critical moment to ease the tension. This way, she would be able to recruit all of Gil Abel's subordinates for her own use, and only then would they be able to swallow 2/3 of the slums. Of course, they did not go into too much detail about how they would do it. In any case, it was just a two-man show. Staring at his lover's slender legs, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly, and he suddenly had the idea of playing a prank. As a person of action through and through, since he had this idea, he naturally had to put it into action. He came to Bonnie's side and lowered his head to kiss her slender neck. At the same time, he reached a hand between her legs from behind and stroked her delicate skin. He smiled and said, "All right, let's stop here. I believe they already know what they can do and what they can't do in the future." Bonnie, who was suddenly attacked, tightly clamped the mischievous hand and bit her lower lip hard. With great difficulty, she forcibly suppressed the desire to scream and pretended to be serious as she nodded. "Then we'll listen to you and let it go today. Remember, if anyone dares to break the rules I set in the future, Gil Abel will be the best example. Yes, yes, we promise that we will strictly abide by your rules in the future. Yes, if anyone dares to break the rules, you don't need to do anything. We will punish them like Gil Abel did. Boss Black Lily, we promise to listen to you in the future." Upon hearing that they would not be purged, all the thugs present patted their chests and loudly expressed their loyalty. They were just a group of boorish people who had not studied much, so they knew that everything in the gang was fake. The most important thing was to gain the boss's trust. "Enough. If you have the time to talk nonsense here, why don't you go and organize the territory? I'll give you all one night. If you can't come up with a result before dawn, don't even think about having an easy time." Bonnie's eyes widened as he roared ferociously. Everyone was startled by his appearance. They hurriedly turned around and ran out of the hall to patrol the streets. In fact, the reason she was so fierce was to drive them away quickly. Otherwise, she would lose her composure in front of everyone. Chapter 158. Although Black Lily's legs had clamped down on his wrists, she could not clamp down on his fingers. Andre used his nimble fingers to gently rub her skin. Within a few seconds, her entire body was trembling slightly as if she had been electrocuted. Moreover, with so many people watching, there was a different kind of stimulation. If this continued, she would definitely not be able to hold back her screams. "How was it? Did I do well?" After watching everyone leave, Andre brazenly put his other hand into her clothes and wandered inside without restraint. At the same time, he kissed her seductive red lips. After more than a minute, they slowly separated. "You're such a bastard. How could you do such a thing in public? I almost made a fool of myself." Bonnie blushed and rolled her eyes. Her breathing quickened as she whispered in a low voice. Although she complained, she still allowed his hands to touch a few sensitive parts of her body. She did not have the slightest intention of pushing him away. "But you didn't object?" Andre pretended to be innocent and shrugged his shoulders. Bonnie almost fainted from anger. She gritted her teeth and cursed. "Damn it! There were so many people just now. How could I say anything?" Andre felt that Black Lily's current appearance was very interesting. He continued to act like a rascal. "If you didn't say anything, how would I know that you were rejecting me?" "Humph, sophistry. I knew from the first time I saw you that you were not a good person." "Oh, you know that I'm not a good person, and you still took the initiative to come to me?" "I'm willing. What can you do about it?" Just as the two were flirting, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the door. Andre hurriedly stopped flirting. He pulled out his hands and stood there expressionlessly. Just when he thought that the boy had brought someone back, Archibald appeared in the hallway of the front hall. He took 2 steps forward with a resolute face and bowed deeply. "Boss Black Lily, Sir Mage, I know a secret." "Secret?" Bonnie could not help but frown. "Let's hear it. What kind of secret is it?" Abel was actually just a pawn. He seemed to be doing well on the surface, but in reality, he was being manipulated by others. Speaking of this, Archibald touched his neck with lingering fear. "I heard him talking to a mysterious woman in a secret room by chance. From her tone, I could tell that the woman seemed to be a member of some organization and seemed to be planning something." Hearing this news, Andre instantly had a bad feeling. He immediately narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you know what that woman looks like? What's her name?" Abel called her the female scorpion. She was about 7 meters tall, and her entire body was wrapped in a cloak. It was impossible to see her face or figure. She wore an unadorned black metal ring on her right hand. In addition, they also mentioned the matter of bribing the city guards. Archibald replied cautiously. He knew very well how much risk he was taking, but in order to get rid of poverty for the rest of his life, he couldn't care less. Control? Infiltration? City guards? No wonder they were able to send messages to the pirates so quickly. Controlling the army? What an ingenious arrangement. Not only can it be done stealthily, it can also allow information to be sent quickly. Looks like I'm not the only smart person in this world. The mastermind behind the scenes has actually seen through the use of the gangs. Andre muttered softly to himself as he paced back and forth with shining eyes. There was no doubt that Abel was a pawn set up by the mastermind behind the scenes. On one hand, he was used to gather information and send messages. On the other hand, he could use money to corrupt the military system of Linton City. The Tuays Valley incident was probably the work of these fellows. Helping the pirates dispose of their stolen goods was probably also the influence of the gangs. It had to be said that this enemy, who was still hidden within the nobles' system, was rather terrifying. First, he started from the outside, using various enemies to cause trouble for Linton City. Next, he started from the inside, attempting to seize military power from the bottom up. Such a huge plan had probably been laid out 10 years ago, and now he had already extended his tentacles into all aspects of the city. It was fortunate that he could endure for so long. If it was someone else who wasn't shrewd enough, they would have been exposed very quickly. Hearing Andre's muttering, Bonnie's expression changed drastically. She lowered her voice and asked, "You mean I'm going to be in trouble?" "There will definitely be trouble, but I can't be sure how much trouble it will be. Don't worry. With me here, no one will be able to harm a single hair on your head." Andre suddenly turned his head as he spoke, aiming at the shadow in the corner and shooting an arrow. At the same time, he gave Little Eye the order to attack. In a short moment, a steel arrow forged by a blacksmith and a dazzling magical ray flew out at the same time. Just as the other two didn't understand what was going on, a black shadow darted out from the corner with a whoosh. It leapt up at lightning speed, stepping on the wall and doing a somersault, elegantly avoiding all the attacks. It then raised its hand and threw out a flying dagger. A dazzling cold light streaked across the air and hit Archibald's throat. The sharp, flying dagger accurately pierced through his throat, leaving only a small section of the blade outside. Blood gushed out from the wound like a fountain. Archibald's eyes were wide open as he let out a series of strange groans. Soon, he fell to the ground with a plop, dead. Archibald's eyes were wide open as he let out a series of strange groans. Soon, he fell to the ground and died. A perfect dodge, a perfect assassination, especially the moment when the flying dagger hit its target, the scene was simply too beautiful. Seeing this scene, Andre's pupils rapidly shrank. He immediately shielded Bonnie behind him because he knew that the guy in front of him was a real assassin. His profession should be a thief or a special branch of thieves, such as assassin, rogue swordsman, bounty hunter, and so on. Only these guys could make such flexible movements and dazzling attacks. They were the world's best spies and assassins. Although their direct combat ability was far inferior to a warrior of the same level, their elusive stealth, setting up traps, and poisoning skills were impossible to guard against. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Even mages were no exception. What was even more frightening was that the level of the thief in front of him was obviously not low. In particular, his flying dagger skills were superb. If it wasn't for the protection of his mage armor, Andre would have rushed to the street. After all, the open space could greatly limit the opponent's stealth skills and assassination methods. At the same time, it was convenient to cast powerful group attack spells. Chapter 159. Generally speaking, the more complicated the terrain was, the more advantageous it was for a thief. They could use obstacles and shadows to confuse the enemy's senses. They could dodge the enemy's attacks while waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. These guys rarely chose to fight head-on. After all, this profession was destined to be with the darkness from the moment it was born. However, after killing Archibald, the thief in front of them did not continue to attack, nor did he hide in the shadows. After landing, he swaggered to the side of the corpse, pulled out the throwing knife from the throat, carefully wiped it, and then inserted it into the belt buckle on his waist, as if there was no one around. Looking at Archibald, who died with his eyes wide open, the hooded assassin's mouth curved into a beautiful arc. He said with a slightly sarcastic tone, "What an idiot! Perhaps you could still live if you kept your mouth shut, but now I have no choice but to let you die." Her voice was crisp and pleasant, and coupled with the obvious protruding chest, there was no doubt that she was a female. However, due to the dim lighting in the hood, it was impossible to see her appearance and age. Bonnie was scared speechless by the sudden appearance of the enemy. Although she had killed many people with her own hands, compared to this person, it was like heaven and earth. Especially the agile movements of dodging the hidden arrows and magic rays. Just now, it was simply beyond the limits of a human being, coupled with the throwing knife that never missed. If it was a sneak attack, perhaps even a feudal knight would be killed. Andre's eyes flashed with 2 rays of cold light. He lowered his voice and asked, "Are you the female scorpion?" As a user of the power of arcane magic, he could clearly feel the magical energy emanating from the opponent, especially the pair of boots, the ring on her finger, and the throwing knife on her waist. They were all flickering with faint waves. If he guessed correctly, they should all be magical items. A high-grade thief wearing a lot of magical items? As long as one was not a fool, it was easy to tell that the opponent's background was not simple. After all, many magical items could not be bought with money. Usually, once the powerful items were made, they would be bought by the nobles immediately. Under normal circumstances, it was rare for them to be leaked. Therefore, those who wore a lot of magical items were either nobles or subordinates of a powerful mage. Of course, there were some daring adventurers who found 1 or 2 magical items when exploring ancient ruins. However, the woman in front of him was wearing a lot of them, and judging from the style and technique, they must have been made in recent years. In addition to Archibald's description, the black metal ring on the right ring finger of this thief's right hand, her identity was obvious. Clap, 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 clap. The female assassin turned, laughing and clapping her hands. Ha ha! What an admirable insight, as expected of the person who made master suffer twice in a row. Counting this time, you've already ruined our secret plan 3 times in a row in just a few days. That's right, I'm the female scorpion. It's nice to meet you, young mage. Thank you very much for your compliment, but I don't like to talk too much nonsense to my enemies, so if you have something to say, hurry up. Otherwise, at this point, Andre suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The magic pet's main eye began to flicker with a dazzling magical light. Different from the frost rays shot by the stem eye, the main eye's rays were very fast. Although it was not as fast as the speed of light, it was definitely faster than the elements. Unless one could predict it in advance, there was no way to avoid it. Relax. Don't be nervous. I don't mean any harm. I'm just here to pass on a message. The female scorpion felt the terrifying rays brewing in the large eye and hurriedly raised her hand to test her sincerity. Although she was confident that she could avoid this fatal attack, she immediately gave up the idea of continuing to provoke the mage in front of her when she considered that he was even more difficult to deal with. Andre narrowed his eyes and sized up the female assassin, letting out a cold laugh. Humph, your master is really in the mood for leisure. Speak, and I'll send you on your way once you're done. The female scorpion was obviously used to big scenes and did not take this threat to heart. She shrugged nonchalantly. I'm not that easy to kill. Forget it. Let's get down to business first. Master wants me to ask you what you want in Linton City. Power? Status? Or money and beauties? He thinks that the conflict between us is a misunderstanding. As long as we can get to know each other better, we can work together. Misunderstanding? Andre laughed contemptuously. 2,000 barbarian warriors can be considered a misunderstanding? The trap you set in Tue's Valley almost cost me my life. Do you think you can cover it up with a mere misunderstanding? From her words, he could tell that the woman in front of him was here to negotiate, or to be more precise, to compromise. That was why she killed Archibald the moment she appeared. On one hand, it was to show off her strength, and on the other hand, it was to intimidate him. However, since she took the initiative to negotiate, there were only 2 possibilities. One was that the other party was wary of his strength, and the other was that there was an internal problem. No matter which one it was, he could ruthlessly extort a large sum of money. After all, he was raising the price and paying the price when it fell. No matter what, he had to pay a price. It just so happened that he had spent most of his money in the past few days. If he didn't reap some benefits, he would be letting himself down. Then what do you want? The female scorpion spread out her hands and asked in return. She knew that this matter would not be so easy when she came, so she was already mentally prepared. She was not angered by his bad attitude and tone. It's very simple. Compensate for the loss, at least 300,000 gold coins, or the equivalent in materials, magic items, and scrolls. As long as you pay the compensation and don't infringe on my interests in the future, I can turn a blind eye to whatever schemes you come up with. Oh, right. I have to remind you that Chloe of the Mariel family is already my fiancée. You better give up on the idea of making a move on her, or I will also fall out with you. With that, Andre stood silently in place, waiting for the other party's reply. He was very clear that his strength alone was not enough to compete with the mastermind behind this series of schemes. Therefore, instead of foolishly acting rashly, it was better to lower the other party's vigilance, lay low, and quietly wait for the opportunity to launch a fatal blow at the most crucial moment. After all, the strength of Lincoln City was so strong. Even if the sky fell, the dukes should be the first to hold it up. He would just be a bystander. It would not be too late for him to make a move when they could no longer hold on. Chapter 160. The female scorpion sneered. You're really asking for an exorbitant price of 300,000 gold coins. It's a pity you didn't become a pirate. I'm sorry, but I have to report this to my master. I can't make the decision for the Marie family. It's fine. Please pass on my words to your master. I believe he'll make the right choice. Also, tell him that I already know about your plan to annihilate Lincoln City's navy. If you have any bad intentions, such as kidnapping, the city council will immediately receive a lot of information. Smart people usually don't do stupid things, don't you think? Andre raised his head as he spoke, a hint of warning in his eyes. As an experienced hunter, he was never afraid of any sudden danger. The time he spent hunting in the Black Forest had toughened his nerves, but the same couldn't be said for Chloe, Elsa, Beverly, and Bonnie. It was too easy for the mastermind to kidnap these defenseless women and girls, so they had to take precautions. In fact, many mages who spent all day in their labs didn't want to have too much contact with ordinary people because they were afraid of developing feelings that they couldn't let go of. In the end, they would be discovered and used by their enemies. Andre was now facing such a situation. He had to provide protection for his women. As for the fate of Lincoln City's fleet, he would think about it later. If the situation allowed, he would lend a hand. If not, he would let them fend for themselves. Most of the time, he was willing to lend a hand to those who truly needed help, but if the price was the death of his family and friends, then forget it. It was easy to say, putting righteousness before family, but how many people could actually do it? Many of them did it for selfish reasons. For example, only by putting righteousness before family could they ensure their own survival, or because they felt that they didn't get enough benefits when dividing up the family's assets, so they held grudges in their hearts. Generally speaking, stories of putting righteousness before family were all lies. Behind the scenes hid extremely ugly and despicable human nature. As a transmigrator, Andre had his own principles. He would neither be a good person nor a cold-blooded animal who would leave someone in the lurch. He would help when he had the ability and consider giving up when he didn't. He had never sacrificed himself for others. Amazing! You've actually seen through our next move and layout. Master was right. You are an extremely intelligent person, a genius through and through. No wonder you were able to cast a rank 3 Arcana spell at such a young age. Don't worry, I will pass on your words to Master without missing a single word. At this moment, the female scorpion finally understood why her master attached so much importance to this underage boy in front of her. Just this big picture view and mature mind were enough to move people. A teacher who could cultivate such a disciple must be the kind of great wizard who could change the entire battle situation by himself. Being an enemy of such a person was simply asking for trouble. More than 10 years ago, there were 2 countries in the western part of the continent that were at war. A great mage with terrifying power wrote a warning letter to the royal families of both countries, asking them to stop killing and destroying. Normally, the king would be furious and send out an army to teach the other party a lesson, right? However, the situation was the exact opposite. Not only did the 2 countries immediately withdraw their troops, but they also sent envoys to express their apologies to the Archmage. This was because the kings knew that once they angered a great mage, their country's army would immediately suffer heavy losses, or even be massacred. In the face of high-grade arcana spells and magic rituals, ordinary soldiers were as weak as paper. Only professionals could pose a threat to them. However, there was a limit to the number of professionals under the control of a country's royal family. Once there were too many casualties in a battle with a great mage, those ambitious nobles would immediately want to replace him. At that time, the great mage wouldn't even need to do anything. Someone would naturally chop off the king's head and send it to him as an apology, or ire. As long as any profession reached a certain level, they would immediately obtain an unimaginable status. They could even use a country's royal family as a puppet, while they hid in the shadows and secretly controlled them. This was the privilege of the strong. The female scorpion left. She left very decisively because she knew that the situation had gone beyond her control. She had to immediately pass on the message to her master and let him make the decision. Unlike the operation against the Mariel family, the destruction of the Lincoln Navy was the most important part of the entire plan. If something went wrong here, the follow-up operation would not be able to be carried out at all. Thus, the female scorpion didn't even dare to bargain, afraid that she would anger the enemy and ruin the scheme that she had carefully prepared for more than 10 years. After watching the nimble female assassin disappear at the end of the street, Bonnie slumped into the chair, clutching her chest as she felt her heart beating violently. After a while, she asked while panting, "Who is she? Also, was what you were talking about just now true?" Andre rubbed his forehead and nodded lightly. "Yes, what we were talking about was true. However, you'd better forget it immediately and don't think you're smart enough to get involved. A game of this level isn't something you can participate in right now. The slightest carelessness will lead to a tragic death. Develop your guild well. I've already given them a warning. They won't come looking for trouble in the short term. Damn it, I only wanted to find myself someone to rely on. I never wanted to get involved in such a huge conspiracy," Bonnie complained with trembling hands. She knew very well that if the woman who called herself the female scorpion wanted to kill her, it would be as easy as flipping her hand. She wouldn't even need to ambush her. She could kill her target from more than 10 meters away with just her superb throwing knife skills. "Relax. As long as I'm alive, no one can hurt you." Andre lowered his head and kissed his lover's forehead as he comforted her. Bonnie spread out her hands with a wry smile. "I understand. They won't act rashly before they get rid of you, but I just don't feel safe. I keep feeling a chill on my neck." "It seems that you were frightened by the female scorpions throwing knives. How about this? Spend some money and hire an excellent thief to be your teacher. Once you become a true professional, the situation should change a little. The power of professionals can only be dealt with by professionals. I believe you know this." Chapter 161. Andre knew that this was probably a psychological trauma that caused anxiety. At the same time, it was mixed with a sense of crisis. As long as her personal strength increased, she would quickly return to normal. Of course, he also had a small selfish motive, and that was to cultivate Black Lily into an outstanding spy leader. Therefore, it was necessary for her to become a professional thief. Bonnie sighed helplessly. "Sigh? Perhaps. But are you sure you really want to hire a professional thief? Their prices are not cheap, especially those with rich experience. You'll have to pay at least 300 gold coins a month. The income from the slums alone is not enough." In fact, she had already touched the threshold of becoming a thief. As long as she could learn systematically, she believed that she would soon become a level 1 thief. However, it was a pity that there were no systematic books or reference materials for the profession. Basically, they relied on their masters to teach their disciples. Only those experienced old fellows could learn the specific training methods. However, their employment had always been expensive, even more expensive than that of a warrior. There was no other way. They were a group of thieves. If the employment fee was not high enough, they would be better off working alone. As long as they walked around the houses of wealthier merchants, they would be able to steal a large amount of valuable goods. You don't have to think too much about the money. I just looked at the account book. Gil Abel stored a total of 7,000 gold coins in this house. He also has a warehouse in the docks where he stored some weapons, armor, and bows. These should be enough for you to use for a while. Of course, after you hire the thieves, you can also choose some talented and loyal subordinates to train with. This will increase the strength of the guild as soon as possible. After saying this, Andre threw a thick account book on the table. 7,000 gold coins. Bonnie's eyes widened in shock. Oh my God, this stupid pig is really rich. No wonder he can afford to hire so many thugs. Andre smiled and shook his head as he explained, this is not strange. After all, he inherited a large amount of money from his deceased mother. He also sold the merchant guild and ship. 7,000 gold coins is not much. Tell me, how do you plan to use this money? Bonnie did not even think about it and immediately shouted excitedly, such a large amount of money. Of course, I'll use it all to recruit people. They'll sweep through the entire slum. I advise you not to do this if you don't have enough power. Once you unify the slums, you won't be facing low-level gang fights, but the entire noble system and city defense forces of Lincoln City. Think about it. What will they do when they discover that an uncontrollable organization has suddenly appeared in their territory, and the entire organization doesn't even have the ability to protect itself? Andre analyzed the situation for Black Lily with a smile. He understood that because his lover had not received a systematic education, coupled with a woman's natural personality flaw, she often only saw the benefits in front of her, and was very lacking in the overall situation. After taking a deep breath, Bonnie replied with an ashen face, "Those bastards will definitely send out troops to encircle and annihilate them. Then we'll catch the leaders one by one and hang them all." That's right. Don't try to challenge the rules when you're not strong enough. What you need to do now is spend these 7,000 gold coins and transform the back streets that belong to you into an underground casino, bar, hotel, and special service area. If the conditions allow, it's best to open an underground duel arena and arrange for some bloody fights between humans and beasts. I'm sure it'll attract a lot of rich customers. After all, what they want most is excitement. Andre told Black Lily all the knowledge he had stored in his brain. At the same time, he told her how to operate it in detail and how to package the special service industry to increase the quality and price. As a transmigrator, he had long discovered how lacking the entertainment in Oriar was. If the nobles did not attend banquets, dances, salons, they would watch stage plays, listen to bards tell stories, and play cards. Other than that, the most exciting activity was to bring hunting dogs and falcons to hunt in the wild. It was simply boring to death. Thus, he decided to start from this aspect and let the nobles of Lincoln City experience what true excitement was. He believed that after they tried it, they would fall madly in love with this place. Then, not only would they be able to earn a lot of gold coins, but they would also be able to develop connections and gather information. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After listening to the entire plan, Bonnie was so shocked that she could not speak. After a while, she slowly came back to her senses and looked at Andre with a strange gaze. Oh my God, where did you learn all these tricks from? Especially those projects about prostitutes and sexy clothes. If you weren't only 14 years old, I would think that you're a womanizer. Ahem, ahem. These are all things that I've read in a book that records the customs of a different world. The material civilization of that world is highly developed. So people generally like to pursue spiritual stimulation, and so many wonderful things have been derived. Andre purposely coughed twice and hurriedly covered this awkward topic. Otherwise, he might have to explain the origin of those female sex toys. Fortunately, Bonnie was just asking and did not intend to delve into it. She nodded lightly. Your plan sounds good. It'll definitely make more money than what we're doing now. I'll get people to renovate the back streets tomorrow and hire 2 tailors to make the clothes you mentioned. We'll start the prostitutes, casino, and bar business first. Andre did not intend to get too involved in the matters of the association, so he shrugged nonchalantly. You can make your own decisions in this regard. I don't want to interfere. At this point, he paused for a moment and warned very seriously, but you have to remember, once you start making money, Immediately start recruiting people and training them. What I need is a well-structured intelligence organization, not a group of mercenary scoundrels. What you need to do is to extend your tentacles into every aspect of this city, including the dangerous sewers. Only then will the nobles realize that you're already a big tree with deep roots. No one will dare to act rashly. Understood. I'll reorganize the association according to your plan. I'll split them into two parts. One will be responsible for daily management and making money, while the other will be in hiding and responsible for gathering intelligence and information. Bonnie was not stupid at all. On the contrary, she was very smart and quickly came up with a solution. When she first took over the association, in order to prevent her subordinates from ganging up, she used a similar method, so it was not a problem for her to do it again. Chapter 162. He had to admit that the plan was quite good. It was also very discreet and would not be easily discovered. Even if they were discovered, it would be difficult for the enemy to tell who was an intelligence agent and who was an ordinary gang member. All right, we'll do as you say, but you have to be careful of the loyalty of the intelligence agents. I don't want to fall because of some false information. Andre reminded her one last time. He had seen many countries and people who were fooled by false information before he came to this world, so he knew very well how dangerous it could be. He did not want to end up like this. Bonnie seemed to have seen through Andre's worries. She smiled and stroked her short black hair. Don't worry. I used to sell information for a while. I know what to do. I promise there won't be any mistakes. Andre raised his eyebrows in surprise. You used to sell information? Yes. Smuggling, selling information, collecting protection fees, controlling thieves, organizing prostitutes on the streets, robbing small caravans. In short, as long as there's money to be made, I've done almost everything. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to support so many people. The slums are too poor. I hope your business can bring about some changes, Bonnie said with a longing look on her face. As a woman who grew up in the dirty and dangerous streets, she longed to end the chaos and change the status quo. She wanted everyone to follow the rules she established. This way, the number of corpses that mysteriously appeared in the moat would be greatly reduced. More girls like her would be able to enjoy a happy childhood instead of a nightmare. I promise, everything will be fine. Andre cupped Black Lily's face and kissed her slightly swollen cheek. Facing the first ray of sunlight, Andre, who had not slept a wink the entire night, arrived at the entrance of the Mage Association's tower. Although he had used his wisdom and tough attitude to fool the mastermind, he knew his own situation best. The mastermind was not afraid of him, but was afraid of the non-existent teacher behind him. As a smart person, he knew that the most important thing right now was to find someone powerful to rely on, and President Boris of the Association of Sorcerers was the best candidate. The reason why he chose this great mage, who specialized in the transmutation element, was because he was powerful enough. He had shown overwhelming power when suppressing the internal strife between the factions. Even if a dozen ordinary mages worked together, they might not be able to resist him. Secondly, his position in this city was quite special. All the nobles and merchants had to give him some face. No matter what happened, they could hide under his protection. Lastly, and most importantly, Andre had a few treasures that were enough to tempt the other party. For example, the soul of the displacement beast imprisoned in the gem, and the longevity potion that Ulysses was currently researching. As long as he took out these two items, he believed that President Boris would definitely be willing to accept his conditions. Especially the longevity potion, it was definitely an irresistible temptation to an old man who was over 60 years old. There were not many people in this world who were not afraid of death. Even though the priests had always preached that as long as one was pious, one could enter the kingdom of God and enjoy a good life after death. But ever since the God of gods had forbidden the gods from entering the mortal world, no one had seen the kingdom of God with their own eyes. Therefore, except for the farmers, slaves, and civilians who had completely lost hope, the rich and powerful all wanted to live for a few more years. As for the mages who longed to use arcane magic to explore the truth, they would do anything to extend their lives. For humans, a mere 100 years was too short. It would pass in the blink of an eye. It was not enough to truly understand the mysteries of magic. Otherwise, the mages of the ancient times would not have invented all kinds of life-prolonging spells and methods to transform into liches. It was not difficult to see how stubborn the mages on Oriar were from Ulysses' determination to continue living even if he had to give up his humanity. It was because only by living could one continue to explore the endless knowledge of magic. Only by living could one master more power. Every human mage longed to escape the entanglement of death and live forever in this colorful world. After passing through the illusions set up outside the tower, Andre asked a few questions to the statue guarding the door. After knowing that the president had woken up and was at the usual place, he quickly walked into the hall. Ignoring the cleaning apprentices and servants, he directly pushed the door open and went to the first room on the left. Boris was frowning as he carefully read the words on a piece of parchment. After a while, he took off his glasses and rubbed his forehead without raising his head. He asked, "Tell me, why are you looking for me today?" "Master, before we talk about business, please take a look at these two things," Andre said as he placed the soul gem and a notebook that he had prepared beforehand on the table. "Oh, you're finally willing to take out something to share with the association." President Boris opened his eyes and said in a half-joking tone. But teasing aside, he still took the gem and examined it carefully. He was immediately shocked. Oh, my goodness! The soul of a rare translocated beast, and one that was worshipped by a primitive tribe. It can be made into a powerful magic item with just a little bit of work. It can even be given a physical body. This is unbelievable. Where did you get it? Andre explained with a smile. You should know what happened in Tue's Valley 2 days ago, right? This translocator beast soul is the totem of the Shift's tribe. It's one of my trophies. You defeated a displacement beast worshipped by the barbarians, and then imprisoned its soul. Could it be that you have already grasped a rank 5 arcane technique? After saying this, President Boris suddenly stood up from his chair, his face red with excitement. The soul was the most important part of a creature, as well as its most mysterious part. Only an arcana technique of the 5th tier or above could imprison it, and a 5th tier arcana technique required a 9th tier sorcerer at the very least. A 14-year-old 9th tier sorcerer? He could no longer be described as a genius, but a monster. Even the legendary children of gods couldn't reach such a speed. Arcane spells were not divine spells. As long as the gods willed it, they could forcefully raise the level of a priest or two. Similarly, it wasn't a close combat profession that could be transformed quickly after a few bloody battles. It was a rigorous science with a complete set of systems. It had to be learned step by step, and there was no way it could be done quickly. Chapter 163. Seeing the shock in the president's eyes, Andre immediately realized that the other party seemed to have misunderstood something. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No, I've only just grasped a level 3 arcane spell. I'm still far from reaching level 5. Actually, the soul of this displaced field wasn't imprisoned by magic. It was forced to enter by intimidation. Arcana above. You really scared me to death just now." Boris patted his chest hard, calming down his restless blood. However, to be able to reach level 5 in such a short period of time, you can be considered the most outstanding genius in Linton City in the past few hundred years. Your teacher will be very happy to hear this news. Perhaps. My teacher's requirements have always been very strict, even to the point of being harsh sometimes. He spends most of his time engrossed in magic research. There's a topic he's currently researching in that notebook. Andre pointed to the notebook on the table as he spoke. In fact, the soul gem was only a bait. The notebook that recorded the progress of the research on the elixir of immortality was the real hook. After hearing this, President Boris's eyes instantly shot out 2 rays of light. He grabbed the notebook and quickly read the contents. The more he read, the more excited his expression became. When he flipped to the last page, his whole body began to tremble slightly. He stared with bloodshot eyes and asked, "What about the second half? Why isn't there the second half?" Andre pretended to sigh helplessly and explained, "When I left, my teacher's research stopped here. In his opinion, as long as he could find a stabilizing agent, then the elixir of immortality could be completely completed. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! There are 28 ingredients in potioneering that can be used to stabilize the elixir. Every one of them has to be tested at least 100 times. This doesn't include those that haven't been discovered yet. Immortality. The door to immortality is already in front of me, but I can't find a single key that can open it." President Boris seemed to have gone crazy. Not only did he overturn the table and chair, but he also grabbed his hair with all his might. His expression was extremely twisted and ferocious. He was very clear about his current physical condition. If there were no accidents, he could live for another 3 to 5 years at most, and 3 to 5 years was not enough time to complete this potion. It was like giving a person who was about to starve to death a pile of tin cans, but without the tools to open them, he could only watch the pile of food slowly starve to death in front of him. It could be said that there was nothing crueler than this in the entire world. It was equivalent to giving someone hope and then crushing it with one's own hands. Most people would not be able to bear such a huge blow. Looking at the president's dazed expression, Andre took 2 steps forward and whispered into his ear, "Actually, my mentor has another way to temporarily escape death." Shocking thunder. Boris, who had been in complete despair, suddenly turned around and asked while breathing heavily, "Tell me, how did he do it?" "Actually, it's not hard to say. My mentor created a special spell that allows one to take over another person's body by devouring their soul. Although one will lose all power after taking over, one can learn quickly based on past experience and regain their original spellcasting level." Andre described the spell that Ulysses had cast before his death in detail. "Devouring souls. I see. This should be a necromancy spell." Boris stroked the beard on his chin and muttered to himself crazily. However, the archmage was indeed an archmage. After losing his composure for a short while, he quickly regained his senses and looked at Andre with a meaningful gaze. "Why are you telling me this? What is your goal?" No one who could become a mage was an idiot, especially one with outstanding intelligence like himself. Moreover, the hints in the conversation were quite obvious. Andre took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. "It's very simple. Linton City is about to fall into turmoil due to a huge conspiracy. I hope to obtain your protection, and the spell that allows one to escape death is the reward after the deed is done." "You know the arcane spell structure?" Boris's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of strong possessiveness. "No, I don't know yet. However, I've already used a special method to contact my mentor. He's on his way here, but due to the distance, it'll take him a long time." Andre knew that if he said that he knew, this seemingly amiable old man in front of him would immediately explode and torture him. Thus, he continued to use the fake mentor to scare people. He was very clear that as long as he concealed it well enough, he could use this name to scare many people and even reap some benefits. "How long will it take? Give me a specific time." Knowing that a powerful mage who grasped the mysteries of immortality was on his way, Boris immediately returned to his usual appearance and put on a harmless smile. He had already read the contents of the notebook and knew that the other party's attainments in magic were definitely much higher than his own, so he took the initiative to give up on the idea of snatching it away. About a year. It won't take more than 2 years. My hometown is in the far north, and it's really quite far from Linton City. Moreover, it's all mountain roads, so it'll inevitably take some time. Andre gave a specific time without even thinking about it. In fact, this was an estimate of the time he needed to raise his level to open the Ulysses spellbook. It recorded all the arcane spells mastered by this powerful necromancer. As long as he could open it, he would naturally know about the spell that devoured souls. When the time came, he could make a copy and bring it out to fool everyone. Boris was obviously not very satisfied with this answer. He immediately frowned. Why is it so slow? Can't we just use the teleportation spell directly? I'm sorry, my mentor has never been to the south. It's hard to guarantee that there won't be any accidents during the teleportation process. Moreover, his personality is very strange. Unless there are special circumstances, he doesn't like to use magic in front of ordinary people. Andre calmly gave the excuse that he had prepared long ago. Although the level 5 spell, teleportation, was very convenient and could allow one to travel hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye and return to the same place in the blink of an eye, it wasn't without its shortcomings. Chapter 164. Everything had its pros and cons. First of all, you had to have been to your destination before, and you had to have a clear impression of it in your mind. Otherwise, there might be some deviation during the teleportation process. For example, you might end up in a tree in the air, or in a crack in a rock, or even die. Andre had used a teleportation scroll without a destination, but he didn't lose any limbs and arrived at his destination unscathed. It could be said that he was extremely lucky. Many cautious mages would rather ride a horse, walk, or take a boat like ordinary people than use teleportation because they might be crippled if they were not careful. Boris also knew that many mages had a habit of not using teleportation, so he could only sigh helplessly. Sigh, all right, 1 or 2 years it is, but you have to keep this notebook. I'll make it into a magical item and give it to you as compensation. Hearing this, Andre hurriedly put a hand to his chest and bowed solemnly. Thank you very much for your generosity. I'll be relying on your protection in the coming days. There's no need to make it sound so nice. We just made a deal. You don't owe me anything. With that, Boris waved his hand, and the tables and chairs on the ground, as well as the manuscripts and documents scattered around, all returned to their original state under the power of arcane magic. Once everything was back in place, he sat back in his chair and tapped his fingers on the table. He raised his head and asked, "Tell me, what did you discover that you're willing to pay such a huge price to seek my protection?" An organization, a very large secret organization. They planned a pirate attack, had the barbarians attack Tua's Valley, and have even developed into the city guards. According to my analysis, they seem to be subverting the entire city of Linton. Even the other cities of the Green Sea Alliance have been infiltrated to varying degrees. Andre picked out a portion of what he knew as evidence, but deliberately hid the fact that the mastermind was dealing with the gangs and the Mariel family. These two things were already in his hands, and he didn't even say that the mastermind was going to make a move on the Navy. After all, the entire plot was against the ruling class of Linton City. Furthermore, the mastermind behind the scenes was powerful. As long as the other party was willing to agree to his terms, he wouldn't need to charge into the fray and attract their firepower. It was better to leave this matter to the Dukes. In any case, their family had enjoyed power for so many years, and now it was finally time for them to improve their obligations. They sent someone to contact you. Guild leader Boris's intuition was very sharp, and he immediately grasped the main point. He knew very well that the young man in front of him was not the kind of person who liked to make wild guesses. He must have some concrete evidence, and the last possibility was that he had contact with the people of this organization. Andre did not intend to hide this, and nodded generously. Yes, last night, a woman who called herself Female Scorpion came to my door and asked me to state my position. She threatened you? Boris's expression instantly turned ugly. As the president of the Association of Mages, he had inherited the style of the previous presidents. He had always been very protective of his own people. When he heard that a member of the association was being threatened, his eyes immediately shone with a terrifying light. After all, since the establishment of the Linton City Mages Association, it had always been them threatening others. When had others ever threatened them? Even the dukes had to first communicate with the president when dealing with crazy members who recklessly released arcane power and punished them through the internal system. This was because they knew very well that once a mage with infinite potential was truly angered, the consequences would be that guy directly defecting to an enemy force, such as the pirates of the Sardinia Islands. When that time came, the city council would have a headache. The mage forces under the pirate king of the Sardinia Islands were established by defected mages from other cities. Although they were not systematic enough and few in number, they caused a lot of trouble for the entire Green Sea Alliance. No, she just came to meet me and test my attitude. Andre shook his head and replied. Hearing this, Boris's tense expression eased slightly. He sneered and curled his lips. Humph, at least she knows her place. What about your attitude? How did you respond to her test? Andre smiled playfully and spread out his hands. I asked her for 300,000 gold coins as compensation and promised that if they agreed to this request, I wouldn't turn a blind eye to their little tricks. A very smart approach, and also a typical mage's way of thinking. You didn't offend them too much, but you also didn't let them think that you're easy to bully. It seems that your mentor taught you quite well. Boris's eyes revealed a trace of admiration. In his eyes, the people in this world could be divided into 3 types. The first type was submissive and timid. No matter what they did, they would try to avoid trouble as much as possible, and they also didn't dare to offend anyone. This type of person made up the majority of the population. Most of them were commoners, and they were afraid of accidentally offending someone important, which would lead to disaster. The second type of person was overly aggressive. No matter what they did, they wanted to exterminate them, and they wouldn't give up until they forced their opponent off a cliff. It was very easy for these people to make too many enemies, and in the end, they would die very miserably. They didn't understand that whether it was politics, business, or war, they couldn't leave the word compromise. In some cases, they could be exterminated, but in other cases, they couldn't. Otherwise, they would inadvertently offend a huge group of interests. As for the third type, they were the truly smart people. They could see through the complicated surface phenomena and see the true nature behind it. They understood when they could back down, when they should be tough, when they should be exterminated, when they should be exterminated, and when they should shake hands and make peace. However, not only did this require intelligence surpassing that of ordinary people, it also required a very high emotional quotient. Even among the mages, it was rare. Of course, Boris didn't know that the reason why Andre could do this was because of his experience in society in his previous life. The complexity of human relationships in modern society couldn't be compared to Orire. There were all kinds of open and secret struggles. Originally close friends could stab you in the back for a promotion, and enemies who didn't like each other could work together for benefits. How could people who grew up in such an environment not know when to advance and when to retreat. Those who did things based on their preferences couldn't even get past the first hurdle. Chapter 165. After a humble smile, Andre suggested softly, "Master, I think the most important thing right now is to find out the true identity of the mastermind as soon as possible, as well as his motives and goals. Otherwise, it won't be a good thing to be led by the nose by the enemy. It's not as easy as you think. I've already used prophecy magic to divine, but I got nothing. This guy is very careful and has cast detection avoidance spells on himself. Coupled with the constant provocation from Backrop City, the Dukes don't have the energy to conduct a large-scale investigation." After saying that, a trace of helplessness appeared on Boris's face. It seems that the nobles haven't realized how big the trouble this time is, but it doesn't matter. They'll soon learn a profound lesson. Andre sneered sarcastically. Although Linton City relied on the developed maritime trade to make the entire city and the surrounding areas very lively, it also allowed corruption to flourish rapidly. Even the soldiers in the army were desperately trying to make money. If not for the powerful navy, the hidden conflicts would have erupted long ago. He really wanted to see if the Dukes would show an expression of dismay when they heard that the navy had been destroyed by the enemy. Without the protection of the powerful navy, the pirates of the Sardinia Islands would immediately swarm over and rob merchant ships without restraint. More than 70% of the nobles and merchants in the city would suffer heavy losses or even go bankrupt. After losing the huge profits from trade, the following developments could be easily foreseen. First, there would be a shortage of food, and prices would soar. A city with a population of 100,000 would need a lot of resources every day, and it would be impossible to supply them by land alone. To a certain extent, the sea was equivalent to the blood vessels and lifelines of the city. Once it was cut off, it would be an instant disaster. Andre could almost imagine the scene of a large number of residents rioting due to hunger. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to face a powerful army head-on, but their destructive power was astonishing. After all, more than 60% of the houses in the city were made of wood, and a fire could set half of the city ablaze. At that time, the mastermind would only need to move a finger to immediately sweep the city's ruling class out. Andre couldn't help but sigh at the thought of that hellish scene. He bowed slightly to the president. "Master, I think you should tell the Dukes to be more careful. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Go. You look like you haven't slept a wink all night. Hurry up and get some rest. You should know that lack of sleep is a mage's greatest enemy. Also, you don't have to worry about the nobles. Even if the ruler has changed, the Association of Sorcerers is still the Association of Sorcerers. No one can shake our position." After saying that, Boris waved his hand and focused on observing the soul gem in his hand, considering what kind of magic item he should craft. Andre went to the library to borrow a few books on class introductions after he got the promise from Boris. Then he dragged his tired body and slowly walked toward the noble district. Fortunately, the Mage Tower was not far from the mansion of Lady Anasta of Westia. It only took him 20 minutes to reach the gate. The butler, who had been waiting at the gate, hurried 2 steps forward and bowed respectfully. "Welcome back." "Thank you, Borg. How was Chloe last night?" Andre asked as he took off his cloak and handed it to the butler. Ever since the mature and beautiful mistress left, he had basically taken over everything in the mansion temporarily. The butler knew about the marriage between the two families, so he didn't dare to neglect anything, except for the personal matters of the mistress. He answered almost all of the questions. This time was no exception. "Miss Chloe is very good, but—" Old Butler Borg subconsciously glanced upstairs, his words somewhat stuttering. Andre turned around and frowned. "But what?" But last night, there was a bard who called himself Cole, who claimed to be an admirer of the mistress. He recited love poems outside the mansion for the whole night. He wasn't the kind of clown who only knew how to talk and entertain people. He was a real professional, so the guards didn't dare to be too rough with him. Bard quietly looked at the young man in front of him. He was afraid that he would incur the young man's wrath. It should be known that the nobles were very open when it came to love. Whether it was the mistress or the mistress, they could flirt with their admirers. Some would even raise some noodles to pass the time. However, during the period between the marriage and the birth of the first legal heir, absolute chastity had to be guaranteed. This was to ensure that the bloodline of the heir would not be tainted by those lowly commoners. Although it sounded a little ridiculous, this was the way most nobles in Oriar thought. The old butler had served the Mariel family for generations, so he knew how sensitive this matter was. Even his tone became cautious. Admirer? Sounds interesting. How did Chloe deal with it? Andre didn't show any displeasure. Instead, a playful smile appeared on his face. As a transmigrator from modern society, he had long been used to such situations. What was the big deal about staying outside the walls and reciting love poems? He had seen even more idiotic and brainless actions, such as using flowers and candles to make courtship pictures. Anyway, this kind of behavior that one thought to be romantic but actually showed one's childish heart was nothing but a joke in his eyes. It was not worth his excessive attention. Seeing that Andre didn't show any abnormalities, the old butler let out a sigh of relief. He replied with a bitter smile. The mistress asked the maid to pour a bucket of cold water on him, and then asked the guards to chase him away. However, the other party seemed to have some supernatural power. Every time he played the harp, he would make people feel dizzy. It was as if they had lost control of their minds and sat there to listen to the performance. Oh, Andre was immediately shocked. He squinted his eyes and murmured to himself, "It seems that this bard's profession level is not low. He even knows the enchanted song." In fact, in Oriar, there were two types of bards. One was purely an actor. They had no power and only relied on beautiful music, stories, and singing to attract the audience. They didn't have a high social status. Even if they could perform for thousands of people on stage, in the eyes of the ruling class, they were just lowly commoners. Chapter 166. As for the other type, they were professionals. It was said that the music these guys played had some kind of special magic. They used various sounds to control the emotions of the audience. They could not only make their companions feel emboldened, but they could also make the obsessed people give up their money or even their lives through hints. To some extent, bards were also arcane magic users. However, their focus was not on research, nor did they need spell books, nor did they need to prepare in advance. With their outstanding talent in language, they had mastered a unique way of casting spells. However, whether in terms of quantity or other aspects, they could not be compared with real mages. Even bards above level 20 could only master up to level 6 arcane spells, and there was no possibility for them to go further. It was mentioned in books that bards were excellent diplomats, coordinators, messengers, spies, and secret agents. They were usually special talents deliberately cultivated by a country, a great noble, or some powerful forces. In order to better complete their tasks, they would even master some of the abilities of thieves, such as lockpicking, pickpocketing, sneaking, detection, and dismantling traps, and so on. In short, bards were a profession similar to jack-of-all-trades. They could wear not very heavy armor and charge into the enemy like a warrior. They could also stand far behind and play music, release arcane spells, and provide necessary support to their teammates. Finally, they could quietly sneak into the enemy's camp to spy on intelligence. They were definitely versatile. The enchanted song was a skill that only bards above level 3 could master. It could be a musical adaptation of any key. Anyone who heard it would be uncontrollably attracted to it, and then they would sit down and listen to the performance silently as if they were possessed. Andre could not understand why a spy who was supposed to be on a secret mission suddenly came to pursue Chloe. What did he mean by doing this? Hint: provocation? After all, as a real bard, he would attract attention wherever he went. Usually, the right thing to do was to disguise and keep a low profile. However, this guy did the opposite, which made him feel confused. Do you think we can let the Association of Mages deal with it? They are mainly responsible for the invasion of the city by supernatural forces. That bard has obviously crossed the line. Borg, the old butler, suggested softly. Bards were not mages. Although they could cast spells to a certain extent, they did not receive preferential treatment. In addition, they were often spies sent by other forces, so once they were exposed, they would be killed or expelled. In Linton City, the Sorcerers' Association was in charge of this. To be more precise, any sudden incidents related to arcane magic would be handled by the association, while matters related to cults and otherworldly creatures would be handled by the various churches. The city council was only responsible for managing ordinary citizens, mediating conflicts between nobles, and defending against foreign enemies. Don't worry. Let me get to the bottom of this guy first. Andre shook his head and rejected the bard's suggestion. He felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Although the house of Mariel didn't have much influence in Linton City, Countess Anastasia was very close to the dukes. Even if the culprit wanted to kidnap Chloe, they would have avoided the city and chosen to do it on the sea or in the suburbs. How would this bard dare to provoke them so openly? Understood. I'll follow your orders. With that, the old butler bowed again meticulously and turned around to hang his cloak on the hanger by the door. Just as Andre, who had been busy all night, was about to go to his room on the second floor to sleep, the sound of a harp suddenly came from outside, followed by a man singing loudly in the form of an aria. Ah, beautiful Miss Chloe, please forgive me for disturbing your peace again, because as long as I close my eyes, your beautiful figure and flawless appearance will constantly reverberate in my mind. Borg, who was hanging his clothes, heard the voice, and his hands trembled. He cursed softly. Damn it! Why is this bastard back so soon? Men, someone come quickly. Get rid of him immediately. Following the old man's thunderous roar, several servants put down their work and rushed to the front hall. Even Chloe, who was wearing a nightgown, appeared at the stairs. She first rubbed her sleepy eyes and immediately saw Andre's shiny bald head. She immediately ran barefooted and threw herself at him. Darling, you're finally back. Help me get rid of that self-righteous idiot. He made so much noise that I couldn't sleep well last night. Smelling the faint fragrance of the girl in his arms, Andre gently kissed her forehead and comforted her with a smile. All right, don't act like a spoiled child. I'll go deal with this fellow who disturbed your rest. I hope he can withstand the wrath of a mage. Teach him a lesson. It's best if that annoying mouth can never make any noise again. Chloe waved her arms and made a face that she thought was fierce. However, she was only a big lowly now. Not only did she not make people feel afraid, but she also added a hint of playfulness and appeared unusually cute. Don't worry. Go to the second floor and watch. I promise you'll see his unlucky face. With that, Andre put down the girl in his arms and gave Eunice a look. He quickly turned and walked out the door with his magical pet. As a half-demon who was well-versed in the ways of the world, Eunice instantly understood what she should do. Therefore, she did not hesitate to draw the dagger she carried with her and followed behind with light steps, passing through the garden in front of the house. Andre quickly saw a young man dressed in gorgeous attire standing on the wall, fiddling with a harp and reciting a mushy love poem with an intoxicated expression. He did not mind the large crowd of onlookers outside, nor did he care about the guards who were eyeing him covetously. It had to be said that his appearance was indeed very handsome, and even a little feminine. He did not have any beard on his face, and his pale golden hair fluttered in the wind. He had a rather artistic air, and his two deep blue eyes revealed a faint melancholy. Many noble women and young ladies who passed by stopped their carriages to watch. It was obvious that the music played by this bard contained a small amount of magic. Although it could not affect the minds of ordinary people, it could attract a lot of attention. Even the birds landed nearby and stared curiously at this strange human. There was no doubt that this was a very clever performance technique. Chapter 167. André immediately defined the man in his heart. At the same time, he quickly raised his vigilance, keeping his brain in a state of absolute clarity to prevent himself from being mesmerized by the music. "Master, do you want me to kill him?" After Eunice caught up, she lowered her voice and asked softly. As a mixed-blood Teflon, her nature was chaotic and violent. In addition, she had suffered and been discriminated against in the past. Whenever she encountered a problem, the first thing she would think of wasn't negotiation or legal means to solve the problem. Instead, she would simply and crudely silence the witnesses. Of course, violence could be very effective in certain situations and could even solve most problems. However, André did not intend to do so. After all, there were so many noble ladies and ladies watching outside. He had to follow the normal procedures of a civilized society. If the man did not know what was good for him, it would not be too late to use violence. Thinking of this, he pointed to the shade below the wall and said, "Go there and wait. Wait for my signal in a while. Remember, even if you want to kill him, don't kill him. Just teach him a lesson." "Got it. I'll try my best to be careful. I won't kill that pretty boy." After saying that, Eunice's face flashed a cold smile. She quietly stuck to the shadow inside the wall and quickly entered the designated position. It had to be said that although she had not undergone any professional training in stealth, her ability to hide in the shadows was excellent. She was completely integrated with the surrounding environment. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see that there was a living person hiding there. Seeing that everything was ready, André took a deep breath and blessed himself with a mage's armor. He walked straight in the direction of the bard. Although he did not think that this fancy-dressed man was an assassin, there was no harm in being careful. After all, mages were weak before they reached the 7th level. They were most afraid of sneak attacks and arrows. In my heart, even the sun is not as warm as your smile. Even the moon is not as pure as your eyes. You are the eternal star hanging in the sky. You are the most beautiful fairy in the sea. The bard who called himself Cole did not care about the onlookers nor the guards and servants who came out of the house. He was still shaking his head and showing off his impetuous and exaggerated words. At the same time, he kept fiddling with the harp in his hand, trying to create a romantic atmosphere. Many of the noble ladies in the crowd covered their mouths with handkerchiefs and snickered. To them, they were just there to watch the show and weren't afraid of the trouble. Moreover, such romantic affairs were the best topic of conversation to pass the time. Women were naturally interested in gossip, so their eyes lit up as they waited to see how the Marie family would deal with this matter. André came closer and deliberately cleared his throat. He raised his head and shouted, "Mister, can I trouble you to come down from the wall? You must know that a gentleman wouldn't stand on someone else's courtyard wall and recite a love poem, much less harass an engaged noble lady all night long. Your actions have already caused Crowley a lot of trouble, so please immediately stop this childish behavior." "Stop? Why should I stop? Love is free. Love is noble. Can an engagement stop my determination to adore her? No, I won't back down. Besides, who are you? What right do you have to stop me? The bard put on a righteous look and asked loudly, I'm sorry, but I'm Miss Chloe's fiancé. Naturally, I have the right to chase away some annoying flies for her. As for the freedom and nobility you speak of, I'm sorry, but I don't see any of that. Instead, I see a shameless and pestering clown. Moreover, this clown's methods are both lamentable and laughable. He doesn't know that he has become the most annoying idiot in the world. Andre swept a disdainful glance at the bard and continued in a cold and sarcastic tone. If you say that the previous words are too subtle for your nail-sized brain to understand, then I can pass on Chloe's instructions. She wants me to teach you a lesson. It's best if you can't make any noise with that annoying mouth of yours. Do you understand now, funny Mr. Clown? Although he didn't like to use words to make sarcastic remarks, this guy in front of him was really too insatiable. Coupled with that complacent expression, it made people feel disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. Nonsense! You're a liar full of lies. I've already inquired about it. Miss Chloe has never been engaged to anyone. I swear that I'll tear off your hypocritical mask today and show everyone who's the real clown. After saying that, the bard drew out his sword and a trace of undetectable viciousness flashed through his eyes. However, he concealed it very well, and no one noticed it. In just a short moment, he returned to his normal appearance and waved it a few times, causing the ladies and ladies outside to let out a burst of ear-piercing screams. These noble women, who had nothing better to do, loved to watch two men duel over a woman. If one of them died in the duel, it would be even better. Some of them would even feel a sick sense of pleasure. In Orire, the commoners and the nobles were two completely different classes. The former were always busy making a living, while the latter were constantly in pursuit of excitement. Blood and death happened to be what they liked to see the most, especially after the bloody slave duels were banned by the temples. Their needs in this aspect had become particularly strong. Andre didn't care about the screams and cries outside. He directly took out a ring with the mark of the Mariel family from his pocket and shook it gently. Mr. Clown, please take a good look. This is a token given to me by Lady Anastasia. Before you slander others, you'd better find out the truth first. Otherwise, it will make you look like a fool. Now, I don't want to say any more nonsense. Please get out of here within the count of 10. Otherwise, I don't mind leaving a mark on your body. Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell you that I'm an official member of the Mage Association. I have legal immunity, so don't try to resist, or else, after dragging out the word, a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He locked his gaze on the other party and said in a flat tone, Otherwise there may be an extra corpse right now. As soon as the ladies and ladies outside the wall heard the words Mage Association, they instantly stopped watching the show and drove the carriages away. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left. Chapter 168. They were not fools. They knew very well what would happen if the mages were to fight. The higher the level of the magic, the more terrifying the area of effect. If they were caught in the crossfire, their deaths would be in vain. More than 10 years ago, two powerful sorcerers fought in the sky above the city. Half of the street was blown up, and one of the casualties was a knight and the heir of 2 counts. Many nobles were clamoring for the culprits to be punished severely, but in the end, the Sorcerers' Association did not do anything about it. One of the culprits appeared on the street a few days later, and the other was only exiled for 20 years. After this incident, everyone understood the terrifying destructive power of the mages. At the same time, they also understood the power of the Association of Mages. So after Andre revealed his identity, everyone left without a trace, leaving not even a shadow behind. Seeing that the situation that he had painstakingly created had been completely destroyed, Call's face slowly turned gloomy. His eyes flickered, with an indescribable light. He ignored the countdown that rang in his ears and lightly jumped into the courtyard. He plucked the strings of the zither as he saluted with his sword and let out a shrill laugh. Ha 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 ha, you're very powerful. You're worthy of being the one who made my master suffer a few times in a row. But you shouldn't have taken away something that originally belonged to me, especially such a perfect toy. So you must die today. Toy. Andre heard the word and immediately frowned. From the words just now, he could tell that this bard was in cahoots with the mastermind behind the scenes. And today's visit was premeditated. But what puzzled him was that he had reached a temporary truce with the female scorpion last night. Why did the mastermind go back on his word so quickly? That's right. Chloe originally belonged to me. I was going to make her into a cute doll, but you took her away from me. No one in this world can take what belongs to me by force. Are you ready to meet your death now? As soon as he finished speaking, Call suddenly plucked the strings of the zither. That strange tone instantly made everyone who heard it feel their hearts palpitate. They couldn't help but shiver. Those timid maids screamed and ran away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he suddenly sped up and crossed the distance of tens of meters at an extremely fast speed. He waved his weapon and launched a storm of attacks. The light rapier stabbed continuously at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye, aiming at the eyes, temples, throat, heart, and other vital points. Melee combat had always been Andre's weakness. After all, no matter if he was a hunter or a sorcerer, he rarely engaged in melee combat with his enemies. Hence, he could only wave his tri-edged dagger to parry the enemy's attack. At the same time, he was secretly regretting that he didn't bring his mithril scimitar with him. If he did, he might be able to cut the enemy's sword in half. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Just as he was about to give up, Little I, who had magic resistance, was the first to recover from the shock. She immediately shot a frost ray at him. The bard's reaction was very quick. He immediately rolled to the side to avoid the cold white light. He then opened his mouth and chanted a syllable. A white light instantly exploded from his hand, flashing brilliantly. Rank 0 arcane spell. Flash. As a sorcerer, Andre recognized the spell before his eyes were dazzled. Its power was similar to that of a flash grenade. It could cause temporary blindness and stun, and the casting time was very short. Many spellcasters liked to use it frequently in battle, without any hesitation. While he could still vaguely see the enemy's shadow, he directly activated the magic missile on his ring. The ball of light drew a beautiful arc in the air and accurately hit the enemy's body. Following that, 2 miserable screams rang in his ears. Magic Missile was a spell that couldn't be dodged unless it was blocked by a defensive spell. Otherwise, no matter how one tried to dodge or run, they would have to use their bodies to take it. Rank 1 arcane spell. Magic Missile activated. Missile hit target, dealing 2 damage. Missile hit target, dealing 3 damage. As the last row of vague information appeared in his retina, Andre instantly felt a stinging pain in his eyes. He only felt that the center of his eyes was unusually bright, and the surroundings suddenly dimmed. Then, he couldn't see anything. He didn't know how long it had been. Maybe it was 1 or 2 seconds, or maybe it was a few minutes. His vision began to slowly recover. Although it was very blurry, he could finally see the general outline. When his pupils began to focus again, everything finally returned to normal. He suddenly found that Eunice was already attacking the enemy with a dagger in her hand. The magic pet's small eyes took the opportunity to shoot a frost ray. For a moment, the bard whose arm was injured was forced to retreat. Blood soaked his white shirt, and even the green lawn was sprinkled with a large number of scarlet blood droplets. Obviously, Although the magic missile just now didn't hit the head, neck, or other fatal parts, it smashed the opponent's elbow joint. His left arm, which was constantly shaking, was undoubtedly broken. To a minstrel, losing his left arm meant that he could no longer use arcane spells. At the same time, he could no longer use his harp to play music filled with magical energy. He could only wave his rapier around to block and dodge at the same time. He was in an extremely sorry state. It must be known that as a tiefling with demon bloodline, Eunice, even if she didn't have any profession level, just her spell-like ability, and the killing talent hidden in her bloodline could be compared to a fighter between level 4 and 6, especially that seemingly playful and harmless tail. It was just like a whip. At the end of it, there was a hard triangular bone. If it was accidentally hit or poked, it would immediately leave a blood-red wound. The 45-centimeter dagger in her hand became dangerous and deadly, and every attack was aimed at the vital points. Although Cole's swordsmanship was also very good, he was still not as good as a professional fighter. Coupled with small-eyes sneak attacks from time to time, he could only barely block the attacks and completely lost the momentum he had when he was sneak attacking. After all, a dagger was a very suitable weapon for attacking. In terms of defense, it was a bit inferior. After all, the shorter the weapon, the faster it could be swung. A dagger that was almost a meter long was more than twice the length of a dagger, so it was quite difficult to block. Seeing that the battle was under control, Andre gently rubbed his eyes and sneered, "Mr. Clown, I'm afraid you're not enough to kill me with your skills. Instead, you're about to be killed by my servant and magic pet. I really don't understand what's in that twisted and sick brain of yours. Is it all shit?" Chapter 169. For a pervert who wanted to kill him and treated Chloe as a toy, Andre had long wanted to kill him. The reason why he didn't act immediately was that he wanted to see if he could get some useful information from him. For example, who was the mastermind behind this? And what was his purpose? He wasn't one of those guys who only wanted to be quick. He would think twice before doing anything in order to make the best judgment for himself. Carl suddenly stabbed Eunice's eyes with his sword, forcing her to retreat. He then took the opportunity to sneer and retorted, "Humph, don't be so smug. You think you can defeat me with just a mixed blood and a magic pet. Who are you calling a mixed blood?" Eunice glared and roared angrily. As a Taiflin, she was particularly sensitive to such insulting words. Her eyes began to turn red in just a few seconds, and the demonic characteristics began to appear all over her body. It was obvious that she had been blinded by anger. "Of course I'm talking about you, you pathetic little mixed blood. You obviously have a noble demonic bloodline, but you submit to a human. Now I'll let you see how great the true power of the abyss is. Get ready to tremble." After saying that, a strange smile flashed across Carl's face. For some reason, his originally injured arm stopped bleeding in an instant. The next second, a large number of shiny black scales suddenly emerged from between his eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, they covered his neck, then spread to his body, arms, and thighs. The originally slender fingers turned into sharp claws in just a few seconds. His long black hair was like a black flame, burning fiercely on top of his head, releasing an indescribable evil aura. Seeing this scene, Andre immediately realized that the bard in front of him was also a demon follower, and had presided over at least 5 bloody sacrifices. He had obtained the transformation ability bestowed by the great demon, so he immediately shouted at Eunice, "Come back! This guy has been corroded by the power of the abyss. You're no match for him." Ha 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 ha. As expected of a wise mage to be able to recognize this great abyssal power, Carl spread his arms, a smug expression appearing on his ugly face. He did not notice the terrifying energy that was gathering in Little Eye's main eye, nor did he realize that his power had caused such a huge commotion in the city. Whether it was the major temples or the Sorcerers' Association, all of them had noticed the evil energy waves coming from the noble district. In the entire Oleal continent, demons were hated by everyone, be it the churches of the gods or the local rulers. All of them spared no effort in fighting against them. Once there were signs of demon worshippers in any city or village, they would immediately conduct a large-scale search. If ordinary citizens were even slightly implicated, they would be in big trouble. In the worst case, they would be burned alive, and in the lightest case, they would be locked up in a dirty prison for 10 or 20 years. In fact, apart from a handful of kind-hearted or weak gods and rulers, the rest would rather kill the innocent than let the demons go. Sometimes, in order to prevent the spread of demon worshippers, they would even surround entire villages and massacre them, using the harshest method to inform all civilians of the consequences of cooperating with the demons. As for those mages who were full of research spirit, they must be thinking about how to capture this precious experimental subject alive and dismember it into 8 pieces to observe how the abyssal power corroded the bodies of mortals. After that, they would carry out a series of inhumane experiments until the experimental subject was tortured to death. Andre did not know if this guy in front of him had water in his brain. How could he use the abyssal power in the middle of a city? He really did not know how to spell the word death. However, in order to ensure that the plan would not be disrupted, he had to kill him before a large number of priests, knights, and mages arrived. Otherwise, not only would the mastermind be in big trouble, he might also be implicated, especially when he was secretly integrating the forces of the gangs. He could not let anyone know for the time being. Carl did not seem to realize how stupid his actions were. He was still yelling wildly, "Ha ha! Do you feel the great abyssal power? Do you feel helpless and inferior? One day, Taman will come to this world with the help of Master. When that time comes, all the beautiful girls will become my toys. Come out, my little cuties. Let these ignorant mortals see what true art is." As soon as his voice fell, he hugged his harp and suddenly began to play a gloomy tune. Not long after, palm-sized toys crawled out of the guy's clothes and slowly expanded. Finally, they turned into beautiful girls with expressionless faces. The youngest of them was only 12 years old, and the oldest was no more than 16. They were at the most beautiful age of their lives, full of youthfulness and beauty, especially the gothic short skirt, silk stockings, and black round-toed leather shoes. It was a perfect combination. Coupled with the unique dance moves, it gave a unique visual impact. Just when all the servants and guards were beginning to lose themselves, Andre's eyes suddenly shot out 2 rays of cold light. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You deserve to die." After spending so much time with the necromancer, Ulysses, he could tell at a glance that these girls in front of him were dead. To be exact, their souls were forcibly imprisoned in the corpses. They were like marionettes that were controlled by music. He could even hear the cries and pleas of the souls. From a certain perspective, this method was much crueler than any known physical torture in the world. It was completely beyond the category of perverted. It was not even fit to be called a human. It was worse than a beast. "I deserve to die. Ha 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 ha. Ignorant. Childish." Carl laughed wildly as he gently stroked the delicate skin of the dolls. A sick and obsessed expression appeared on his face. "This is the most perfect art in the world. I used the power of magic to preserve their beauty at the most beautiful age forever. Look at the delicate skin, the soft and shiny hair, the body without a trace of fat." Before he could finish, Andre took a deep breath and stopped him with a cold tone. "Enough. Your twisted and perverted behavior will only make me more disgusted." "Huh, another idiot who doesn't know how to appreciate art. But don't worry, after killing you, Chloe will also become one of them. Go, my little cuties, kill all the people in this house who are in the way. Chapter 170. After giving the order to attack, Call immediately strummed the strings of the harp. The originally soothing and oppressive atmosphere became sinister and terrifying. The eyes of the dozen corpses that were being manipulated instantly shone with a strange red light. Then they pulled out their axes and machetes and charged forward as if they had gone mad. My apologies, ladies. I'm afraid I have to do something overboard to you. Andre bowed slightly as he spoke and quickly cast a level, one arcane spell, Grease. A ball of black grease flew out from between his fingers and landed precisely at the feet of the girls. It exploded with a bang and covered the entire lawn in an instant. Because they were completely under the control of the music, the girls wearing gothic long dresses all slid to the ground without exception. One after another, they were instantly squeezed into a ball. The more they tried to get up from the grease-covered ground, the more miserable they were. Without any hesitation, he took out the alcohol lighter that he always carried with him and lightly tossed it in front of him. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, the deadly flames quickly ignited and devoured the living dead inside in an instant. Grease, clothes, shoes, grass, hair, and so on. All of these things became accelerants. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so dolls made from corpses were burned beyond recognition. The evil negative energy was also gradually consumed in the fire. Ah, damn it, you lowly human. How dare you destroy my collection? Seeing the beautifully dressed corpses being burnt, Call let out an ear-piercing scream like a woman. She waved her claws and directly passed through the blazing fire. Her eyes were filled with indescribable sickness and madness. However, Andre obviously did not take her seriously. He merely smiled coldly and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a dazzling light shot out from the pet's main eye. It was so dazzling, so heart-palpitating. The bard's stomach that had been corrupted by abyssal power was suddenly pierced by some kind of energy beam. His intestines and organs immediately flowed out and rapidly corroded his brain. A heart-wrenching scream followed. Call couldn't believe that the tough and magic-resistant scales on his body didn't provide any protection at all. After all, this was a powerful defense that could withstand a rank 2 Arcana technique head-on. At the same time, it was also the trump card that allowed him to come here alone to kill someone. Now, however, it had been heavily injured by an unknown energy beam. Even though it was far from being fatal, it wasn't something that could be easily healed by his regenerative abilities. How do you feel, Mr. Clown with a twisted mind? Don't worry. In order to let the souls of those crying girls rest in peace, I will let you have a taste of what it means to live a life worse than death. You don't think that a mere half-demonized body can render a powerful mage helpless, do you? Then I can only say that you are too naive. After saying that, a cruel smile appeared on Andre's handsome face, and he cast the level 3 spell suggestion as fast as he could. An invisible wave of magic energy directly entered the enemy's brain. Rank 3 Arcana technique. Suggestion, activate. Appraise target creature's magic resistance. Enhanced spell penetration has taken effect. Hypnosis past identification. Target is under hypnosis control. You can use a specific method of suggestion to give the target an order within 42 seconds. Seeing the long string of information that appeared in his vision, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He immediately raised his hand and made a gouging gesture. Call, who was under the control of a powerful arcana spell, did not hesitate. He directly stabbed his fingers into his eye sockets and dug out his 2 bloody eyeballs. This terrifying scene not only caused Eunice, who was about to charge forward, to tremble and take a few steps back, but even the servants and housekeepers who were watching from afar cried out in shock. This was especially so for the delicate maids, who fainted in an instant. As for the guards, they all felt their scalps go numb. They looked at Andre with eyes full of fear. This was because they finally understood why mages had such a high status in society. All kinds of strange arcana spells and endless methods were not something that normal people could defend against. Even a level 10 warrior could be silently killed by a level 1 mage. This was a complete suppression in terms of both intelligence and ability. After all, every official mage had a standard high intelligence. You could not expect warriors whose brains were full of muscles to be on par with them. In addition, the knowledge of Aurier was so precious and expensive that even a feudal knight would find it difficult to truly read a few useful books. Therefore, even an acolyte could leave most professionals who relied on physical strength far behind in this aspect. Although Call's current appearance was very miserable, Andre had no intention of letting him go. He continued to use a chilling tone to order, "Eunice, go break this fellow's limbs. Remember, don't kill him. I want him to have a good taste of pain and helplessness." "Understood. My master." Tavelin was originally very sensitive to spells. He quickly realized that this unlucky fellow in front of him had been controlled by a spell, so he rushed forward and skillfully used his short sword to break the tendons of his opponent's arms and legs in just a few seconds. After doing all this, he directly grabbed Call's hair and forcefully dragged him over. He threw him fiercely to the ground and asked with a sinister smile, "How do you plan to deal with this idiot? If you haven't thought about it yet, I can give you a few suggestions." Andre coldly glanced at the half-dead bard and gently shook his head. "No need. I have plenty of ways to slowly deal with this fellow. First, take him to the dungeon and nail his limbs to the wall. After a while, the people from the temple and the Sorcerers' Association will be here. I don't want them to know anything about the mastermind behind this for the time being." As a transmigrator, he knew too well the importance of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. In a situation where he could not guarantee a fatal blow, any rash action was tantamount to courting death. There was no doubt that the mastermind who had been hiding behind the scenes and had never shown himself clearly controlled a huge amount of power. Whether it was the pirates of the Sardinia Islands or a barbarian tribe that could pull out more than 2,000 warriors, none of them could be easily moved by ordinary people or forces. In particular, the former was a small island nation. If they could not see huge benefits, they would not directly clash with the entire Green Sea Alliance. Chapter 171. Andre didn't want to be hated by such a sly and cunning person before he investigated the other party's background. What he wanted to do was to push the nobles of Linton City to the front and let both sides wear each other down. He would hide in the dark and slowly accumulate his strength, waiting for the other party to make a mistake before seizing the opportunity to deal a fatal blow. "Don't worry, I'll have some appetizers before you arrive." After all, his body has already been corroded by the power of the abyss, so he shouldn't die so easily, Eunice said as she kicked the wound on Cole's stomach and walked straight to the cellar behind the mansion. It was clear that she had noticed the flash of anger in Andre's eyes and knew what to do. After all, killing underage girls and sealing their souls in their corpses with evil necromancy spells was worse than killing demons. It wouldn't be a lot for such a person to die 100 times. If she didn't torture him properly before killing him, she would be letting down the girls who had died in vain. Eunice had suffered a lot because of her demonic bloodline since she was a child, and she hated those who harmed underage children the most. Coupled with the word bastard she had just scolded, the hatred and anger she had accumulated was no less than Andre's. Many nobles had dungeons and torture rooms in their mansions, but most of them were used to punish disobedient servants and slaves. Very few of them were used to lock up real prisoners. However, Countess Anastasia's mansion was different. It was said that it was built by a famous noble more than 150 years ago. Not only was the dungeon made of the hardest granite, but it also stored a large number of terrifying torture instruments. Although it had been so long under the protection of the previous owners, it still emitted a chilling light. After arriving at the dungeon, the first thing Eunice did was not to chain the bard up with iron chains. Instead, she found a few thick iron nails and nailed his limbs firmly to the wooden frame. She ignored the other party's screams and picked up a stick filled with short needles from the table. She sneered and said, "Enjoy it, trash. Before Andre comes, I'll help you loosen your muscles and bones." "Bastard, you better let me go immediately. Otherwise, when Master finds out about this, he will definitely kill all of you." Call's personality was just like his actions. He was twisted and sick. Even after becoming a captive, he still maintained his arrogance. "Humph, while you still have the strength to speak, you can curse as much as you want, because I can guarantee that in 5 minutes you will be kneeling on the ground like a dead dog and begging for mercy." After saying that, Eunice swung the spiked club in her hand and used all her strength to smash it between the opponent's legs. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Call squealed like a pig being slaughtered. "Ah, you bastard! I'll kill you. I'll skin you alive." As everyone knew, the more sensitive the nerves in the human body were, the more intense the pain would be after being hit. A man's manhood was obviously one of the most sensitive areas in the human body. Once hit by a rod that was covered with steel needles, the pain was far beyond what a normal person could endure. To be able to withstand such a blow and not fall into a coma, it could be described as valiant. Seeing the other party struggling in pain, Eunice sneered and asked, "Hee hee, how does it feel?" "Don't be hasty. This is just the beginning. There are a total of 70 torture instruments in this dungeon. I'll try them on you one by one." As soon as her voice trailed off, she pulled the club in her hand back. A special organ that was pierced by the steel needles was instantly torn into pieces. The bloody mess of flesh was enough to make any man subconsciously clamp their legs together and close their eyes. But this time, Call did not scream, nor did he threaten or curse. The intense pain had caused him to fall into a coma. His entire body was like a pile of mud hanging on a wooden frame. Waves of foul stench assailed the nostrils. It was obvious that he had lost control of his bowels. He fainted just like that. What a piece of trash. Eunice cursed softly as she picked up the bucket and splashed it directly on the other party's face. In her eyes, this interrogation and torture had just begun. It was absolutely impossible for him to escape this by faking his death. Moreover, the body that had been eroded by the abyssal force had a strong regenerative ability. As long as the heart, brain, and other vital organs were not severely damaged, it was not that easy to die. In fact, due to the shadow of her childhood, Eunice had a serious addiction to sadomasochism. She also had a slight tendency to be abused, which was why she liked to use the whip as a weapon. Ever since she was subdued by Andre, she had not had a target to abuse for a long time. She had long been suffocated to the point of insanity. Now that an unlucky fellow had come knocking on her door, and one that did not die easily, how could she not properly vent? Under the stimulation of the cold water, it didn't take long for Call to regain his consciousness. Just as he let out a groan, the terrifying whip came crashing down like a violent storm. Painful screams and howls once again resounded in the dungeon. As Eunice began to whip the captive to her heart's content, Andre finally waited for the people from the shrine and the Mage Association to arrive. He was very clear that such a strong release of abyssal energy could be felt even by ordinary people, let alone these two organizations that were extremely sensitive to supernatural forces. Fortunately, the onlookers had already dispersed before the fight broke out. The old butler, Borg, was also smart enough to drive all the servants and guards into the house. What he had to do now was to come up with a cover to fool everyone. Although Andre had secretly made up his mind to use the cruelest method to kill the bard imprisoned in the dungeon, after all, whether it was turning an underage girl into an undead creature or threatening Chloe, it was enough for him to go on a killing spree. However, this did not mean that he had to completely fall out with the mastermind behind the scenes. Through his contact with the female scorpion, he found that the mastermind behind the operation was actually a very rational and calculative person. As long as he did not cross the other party's bottom line, there was still room for reconciliation. At least, he would not have to bear too much firepower. And the so-called bottom line was that he could not expose their plans and purpose. Otherwise, he would immediately be met with a disaster. To a certain extent, Andre had never had a direct conflict of interest with the mastermind behind the scenes. It was only a series of coincidences that formed a hostile relationship. Therefore, he did not want to make things too stiff, especially when he was not sure of winning. Chapter 172. Just as Andre was contemplating the gains and losses, a dozen members of the church rushed in. They were clad in silver armor and wielded blunt weapons such as warhammers. The middle-aged man in the lead did not say a word as he scanned the surroundings with his sharp eyes. When he saw Andre standing at the same spot and the charred corpse on the ground, his pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately ran forward to examine the corpse as if he had gone mad. He then let out a furious roar. Who the hell did this? Using a living girl to make an undead puppet. What a beast! In the name of the god of guardians, I swear I will burn this fellow at the stake. Sigh, I can understand your anger, but I'm afraid that will be difficult to do. Andre pretended to sigh, helplessly. What do you mean? The middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a low growl with rapid breathing. Andre shrugged his shoulders and explained, as a priest, I believe you are very sensitive to the energy from the bottomless abyss. You should be able to determine how terrifying a demon that could bestow such power to a worshipper is. Even if it isn't a lord, it would at least be a greater demon or a lesser lord. This means that we're not dealing with one or two lunatics, but a well-organized and ruthless cult. Cult? You mean Venomous Tail Hook? Another female priest, who was also wielding a warhammer and shield, asked in a very serious tone. That's right. If I'm not wrong, the bard with the ability to transform is one of them. Andre replied as he glanced at the badge on the woman's chest. The badge of the beautiful female priest was a sunrise made of a ruby. There was no doubt that she worshipped the goddess of dawn, Lucia. The middle-aged man's badge was an iron shield. He should be a priest of the god of guardians, Hydarus. Among all the gods worshipped in Lincoln City, the former had the most number of believers in the city, while the latter was the god of feudal knights, soldiers, and some nobles. He also had a great influence. Every time there was an invasion, he would take the lead. He could be said to be the strongest protector of the city. These two shrines together accounted for more than half of the faith system in the city. In addition, the sailors and the navy worshipped the goddess of coastal waters, Tethys, which was basically all of Lincoln City's faith system. As for the rest, although there were a few believers such as the goddess of wealth, Mears, the god of knowledge and scholars, Murphy, the god of death, Capson, and so on, although there were also priests and shrines, the number of believers was never large and could not form a widespread influence. After confirming the identity of the visitor, Andre shifted his gaze to the weapon. Other than a few paladins who wielded two-handed greatswords, the rest of the team were all equipped with blessings. All of them shone with a silvery white radiance, and the residual negative energy in the air evaporated in an instant when it came into contact with them. It was common knowledge that on the Oleal continent, Most of the clerics used blunt weapons such as warhammers, clubs, meteor hammers, and so on. It was said that it was due to the mercy of the gods that they were allowed to use these weapons that did not kill easily. But in Andre's opinion, such a statement wasn't valid at all. Even though blunt weapons couldn't cause the terrifying bleeding and cutting effects of swords and blades, their lethality wasn't weak at all. It was especially so when a heavy mace struck the head. Even if one was wearing a helmet, one would suffer from severe concussion and even death. In addition, when facing enemies who were wearing heavy armor, the damage caused by blunt weapons was far more terrifying than that of sharp weapons. Often, the moment the armor was broken, the person would be killed. If this was the so-called mercy of the gods, then as a transmigrator, he could only chuckle. Obviously, the priests were not using blunt weapons to reduce their lethality, but to increase their lethality, especially when dealing with undead creatures. These weapons that were infused with blessings could turn ordinary skeletons or zombies into ashes in an instant. The middle-aged man did not notice that someone was spying on the weapon in his hand. With a gloomy expression, he frowned and asked, "A bard? You mean that the person who released the strong aura of the abyss just now was actually a bard?" "Yes, a bard who calls himself Cole. He attempted to turn Lady Anastasia's niece, the only direct successor of the Marie family, Miss Chloe, into a cruel and sick undead puppet." Andre's eyes flashed with a cold light as he spoke. What he could not tolerate the most was someone threatening his family and friends, especially when the person who made the threat was a complete lunatic and pervert. Cole. When the female priest heard the name, her arms trembled slightly. She hurriedly took a deep breath and cursed in a low voice. "Damn it! Isn't the necrophile always active in the southern islands? Why did he suddenly come here?" "Necrophile?" Andre's face showed a trace of surprise. "That's right, Cole. The necrophile. A perverted killer who is wanted by the city-states of the southern islands. He likes to kidnap underage girls and then use some unknown necromancy spell to turn them into dolls. His methods are cruel and terrifying, but his will is very secretive, so he has never been caught. I never knew that he was also a demon worshipper." The priest of the god of protection clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he explained. The female priest took out a bottle of blessed holy water and carefully sprinkled a little on each of the charred corpses. Not long after, a large number of colorless and translucent souls of young girls appeared. They all looked to be in great pain, as if they were being tortured by some unknown force. However, under the guidance of the holy power, the distorted expressions of all the souls gradually smoothed out. In just a few minutes, they slowly became transparent under the illumination of the sun, and finally disappeared without a trace. The remaining negative energy in the air also disappeared with it. Looking at these young girls who had escaped from the sea of suffering, the female priest's face was full of piety. She muttered a prayer to herself. "Great goddess, please bless the souls of these poor children so that they can rest in peace in the kingdom of the gods. I'm sorry, madam. I feel that if we don't tear that fellow called Cole into pieces, no matter if it's the souls or our own consciences, I'm afraid that we won't be able to find true peace. Cruelty and torture are sometimes very useful things. They can give those who have done all kinds of evil the punishment they deserve, and at the same time, they can make people with malicious intentions fear." Chapter 173. There was no doubt that as a materialist, Andre disapproved of such spiritual sustenance. In his opinion, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and blood for blood was the right thing to do. Things like repaying evil with kindness, and forgiveness were all bullshit. The middle-aged man stroked the short beard on his chin and nodded in agreement. "What you said makes sense. I will contact the officials in the city hall as soon as possible and launch a large-scale search in the city. Recently, Linton City seems to have been targeted by some evil forces. First, there were pirates, then there were barbarians, and now there are demon worshippers. It seems that we have to let these people know the greatness of the gods. The god of guardians, Hydarus, was a neutral god of order. Most of his believers and priests were defenders of law and social order, and did not care much about good or evil. Therefore, they were very popular among the nobles. This was because most of them strictly obeyed the orders given by their superiors. Whether it was suppressing riots or fighting against evil monsters, they were often on the front lines. They were also very principled, and there were very few cases of betrayal. Of course, they also had a very obvious flaw, and that was that they were very meticulous when it came to carrying out orders. They never knew how to compromise or give in, and often embarrassed the nobles who liked to abuse their power for personal gain. Therefore, very few rulers were willing to give them real law enforcement power. André did not think that the dukes would conduct a city search at this sensitive time. Just as he was about to say something, President Boris of the Association of Mages descended from the sky. He shouted as soon as he landed, "What's going on? Why is there a strong burst of abyssal energy here?" "Master, it's a demon worshipper called Necrophile Call. He brazenly used the transformation ability bestowed by the great demon in the courtyard. His entire body was corrupted by abyssal energy, and he was almost no different from a real demon," André explained as he secretly winked when no one was paying attention. "Was it directed at you?" President Boris obviously understood the hint in his eyes and continued to ask, "I'm not sure about that. Maybe they're after me, or maybe they're after Chloe. If you don't mind, please come with me to the room and have a chat. It's better to leave these corpses to the priests of the temple. After all, they are more professional in this field." André made an inviting gesture. He knew that he had to tell the great Taoist master everything immediately. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to deal with the possible revenge of the mastermind with his own strength. As a great mage, Boris's intelligence had long surpassed the limits of a human being. Reading hints and subtle body language was as easy as eating and drinking. Without any hesitation, he nodded and followed André into the living room on the first floor. The old butler, Borg, personally served 2 cups of hot tea, and then drove all the servants away. He guarded the second floor to prevent Chloe, who liked to run around, from disturbing the conversation. Seeing that everyone had left, Boris picked up the cup and took a sip of the scalding tea. He stared at Lucien with his sharp eyes and asked, "Tell me, why did you bring me here?" "Master, the bard who was corroded by the energy of the abyss is now in the dungeon of this house. I can confirm that he is in cahoots with the mastermind," André said in an extremely calm tone. "What?" Boris's hand that was holding the teacup trembled slightly, and then he immediately calmed down. "Tell me the reason immediately. Why is he here? Didn't you come into contact with each other last night and have the intention to reconcile?" André shrugged helplessly. "That was originally the case, but this guy named Cole suddenly appeared just now and claimed that I stole his toy. Then he attacked me. However, he apparently forgot that a bard is not suitable for a head-on battle, so I captured him alive and threw him directly into the dungeon. Now, I need your help to analyze whether this is a test or an unauthorized private action." He was very clear that there was a huge difference between the two. If it was a test from the mastermind, it meant that the mastermind had changed his attitude. If it was a private action by Cole, not only could he get out of the current dangerous situation, but he could also take the opportunity to reap more benefits. Boris looked at the young man sitting opposite him with a scrutinizing gaze. After a full minute, he nodded with a smile. "Very good reaction. You didn't show any nervousness or panic, nor did you clamor for revenge like the other young people. You are much calmer and more rational than I thought. Nervousness and panic are useless in any situation. It will only make people die faster when they are in danger. As for yelling, it's even more meaningless. My mentor once said that verbal threats are the most feeble and powerless. Instead of thinking of how to use sharp words to retaliate against the opponent, it's better to silently endure it and wait until you're strong enough to retaliate. After saying that, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sarcastic smile. After living for 2 lifetimes, the one thing he believed in the most was that one could do things to the extreme, but one could not say things to the extreme. If you were ruthless, your opponent would be dead for sure. There would be no room for a comeback. Not only would you enjoy the pleasure of trampling on your enemy, but you would also not have to be wary of revenge in the future. However, if you were ruthless, not only would you anger your opponent and lose the room to maneuver, you would also have to be on guard against revenge. It would be fine if you succeeded in fulfilling your promise, but if you failed, it would be too embarrassing. Anyone with a bit of rationality would not do such a thing. You are right. Verbal threats are useless. I am very glad that you can understand this at such a young age. Now, take me to see the captive. I believe that no one can hide their secrets in front of powerful arcane spells. Boris put down his teacup and stood up. In fact, he had always been very curious about the mastermind behind the scenes. What kind of person or organization would secretly weave such a large net? What was the mastermind's goal? Although the Mage Association had always been detached from the administrative structure of the city, it could not do without the support of the ruling class. After all, to maintain the daily necessities of the dozens of official mages and a large number of apprentices in the association, other than the relevant welfare policies, they could not do without a huge amount of financial support. As the president of the Mage Association, he had to figure out the real goal of the organization behind the scenes. If possible, it would be best if he could get the other party's guarantee, so that most of the mages in the tower could stay out of this. Chapter 174. From a certain point of view, the Association of Sorcerers was not suitable to interfere in politics. Whether these people wanted to overthrow the current noble's rule, seek revenge on a certain family, or summon demons to slaughter, most of the sorcerers could remain neutral as long as they could ensure that the status of the sorcerers was not shaken. As the saying went, the smarter a person was, the more selfish they were, especially the mages who used slaves and apprentices for experiments or dissection. Most of them belonged to the evil faction. There were very few people like Andre who were still in the good faction. Not to mention the good faction, there weren't even many people in the neutral faction. Generally speaking, the deeper a sorcerer's study of arcane magic, the more they tended to lean towards the evil faction. This was because in the process of magic research, live experiments were unavoidable. Even if they used goblins, kobolds, and other evil creatures to replace their own kind, it was inevitable that they would become cold-blooded after a long time. After all, they were still intelligent beings. If they were not ruthless, they would not be able to persevere. The reason why Andre remained in the good faction was mainly because he insisted on distributing the prey to the poor families in lonely mountain town. So far, he had not harmed a single good person. Otherwise, he would have quickly left the good faction just by participating in the operations of the association. The distinction between good and evil in Orir was somewhat similar to the laws on Earth. Whether a person was good or evil mainly depended on what they did. As long as they did not do anything bad, they could not be classified as evil even if they wanted to kill people and destroy the world all day long. On the contrary, if a person's mind was full of good deeds, but he was accidentally deceived and accidentally killed an ordinary person, then this person would immediately fall into the evil faction. Therefore, the standard of good and evil did not depend on one's thoughts, but the consequences of one's actions to society. As a transmigrator, Andre never thought of himself as kind. If the situation was critical and he had to kill an innocent person to survive, then he would not hesitate to kill that person. Similarly, as long as his life and core interests were not in danger, he did not mind giving some help to the vulnerable, especially the lonely elderly and the orphaned children. Human nature had always been a very complicated thing. It could turn a good person into a bad person at certain times, and it could also turn a bad person into a good person at certain times. Currently, Andre was in a relatively friendly period. On one hand, he did not fully understand this world, so he did not dare to act rashly. On the other hand, no one had infringed on his core interests yet. On the contrary, he had infringed on the interests of many people. However, this false kindness would not last long. As Linton City began to fall into unprecedented turmoil, he would soon bare his fangs and devour the weak forces, allowing himself to rapidly expand in order to deal with the crisis that could occur at any time. Avoiding the members of the church who were checking the traces of the battle and the corpses, they passed through the secret door of the dark. As soon as they walked down the stairs, they heard the sound of whips landing on people's bodies, as well as waves of screams and curses. It was obvious that Eunice was doing her favorite thing, which was to whip the captives. At this moment, her face was flushed red as she brandished the whip. Her two scarlet eyes were releasing a light of excitement. Her skin was pink from head to toe. Sweat was dripping down her neck and chest. Her soaked clothes were sticking to her skin, revealing her sexy figure. Her tail was excitedly swaying left and right. Her seductive red lips were even letting out a faintly discernible moan. Seeing that the half-demon was getting more and more out of hand, even reaching into her clothes to knead her huge breasts, Andre hurriedly stopped her. "Enough! Stop right now!" "Moss, Master? I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were here." Eunice instantly shivered and stopped whipping. She carefully lowered her head. Boris narrowed his eyes and looked up and down. He smiled and asked, "This is the Taiflin you captured on the pirate ship last time?" "Yes, Master." Andre nodded slightly. He didn't expect that Eunice's sadomasochism was so serious that she could be excited to the point of sexual desire. It was really hard to believe. "Very good. The concentration of the bloodline is very high. With a little stimulation, she can become a qualified warlock. She's a good assistant and also a good bed partner. But you'd better be mentally prepared. All creatures with demon blood are a bit emotional and capricious. Betrayal is easier than eating or drinking for them. As an archmage, Boris could easily sense the strength of a living being's energy without using any arcane spells. He could see that this half-demon's bloodline contained a large amount of energy that had yet to be activated. As long as it was activated, he would become a warlock through and through. Andre smiled bitterly and sighed. "Sigh, you're right. She has a very good talent for spellcasting, but she's not very good at tactics. Instead, she's quite good at close combat. She once forced me into a mess. As for her emotional state, you don't have to worry about it for the time being. I've already formed a blood contract with her. Good at close combat." Boris raised his eyebrows and glanced at Eunice with a surprised expression. That demon warrior should be a good choice. As long as she transforms as much energy as possible into vitality and strength when activating her bloodline, she should be able to obtain a few innate abilities. Lastly, I have to remind you that the blood contract isn't safe, so you need to add another insurance. As he spoke, he took out a small silver snake made of metal and waved at the half-demon. "Come here." Eunice didn't dare to disobey the Archmage's order at all. She lowered her head and walked forward quickly. President Boris didn't show any mercy and directly put the silver snake on her neck. In an instant, the silver snake flashed with a bright light and quickly wrapped itself around Eunice's neck, forming an exquisite collar that looked very beautiful. But Andre could see that this was a very terrifying magic item. The two shiny black fangs in the snake's mouth could instantly kill an elephant in 3 seconds. Perhaps Taffrin had a strong resistance to natural poisons, but in front of alchemy poisons, he didn't even have the courage to try. The latter was not limited to the destruction of the body, but rose to the level of the soul. Chapter 175. Eunice felt a chill on her neck, followed by an indescribable fear from the bottom of her heart. Especially the place where the silver snake's head stopped. It just happened to be the gap between the vertebrae. It could inject venom into the nervous system in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it could cause brain death. However, she didn't dare to move at all. She didn't even have the courage to look up. Just the terrifying magic energy emitted by the Archmage was enough to suffocate a sensitive person. Remember, the incantation is Iblain, Dyson, Abdul. As long as you chant the incantation, no matter where this Taffrin is, the silver snake will use its poison to kill him. Any attempt to remove or destroy the silver snake will have the same effect. Boris didn't mind that Eunice was standing next to him. He directly said the incantation to activate the magic item. Perhaps in his eyes, a half-demon slave was no different from an ant. There was no need to guard against her at all. Even if she knew the incantation, it wouldn't be a big deal. She couldn't possibly commit suicide by chanting it. Although Andre didn't want to use this method to control someone, he couldn't go against the Archmage's will. He could only nod helplessly. Remember, thank you very much for your kindness, although I don't think it's necessary. Boris smiled and waved his hand. You're still too young. You don't understand the greed and cunning of human nature. Even humans are like this, let alone a Taffrin with demon blood. When you treat your servants, the first thing you should do is not to bestow favors, but to let them know that you have control over their life and death. Don't worry. I'll take this half-demon back to the Mage Tower and train her. She'll become a qualified demon warrior in a month at most. After saying that, he glanced at Eunice with his cold eyes. Eunice was so scared that she couldn't help but shiver. She knelt on the ground timidly and tried her best to show her most humble side. All right, then I'll leave everything to you. I hope the demon warrior profession won't disappoint me too much. Andre obviously didn't want to talk too much about how to treat people. As a transmigrator who came from the era of information explosion, he knew how to deal with people better than most of the people in Orire. In fact, in this land full of barbarism and ignorance, the civilians and slaves were basically uneducated. As long as they were protected from the attacks of beasts and monsters, even if the taxes were higher, the Lord was more tyrannical and the laws were stricter, these people would still obediently obey the rule. As for the nobles who had been brainwashed by feudalism, nepotism was a normal thing. As long as the rewards and punishments were not too biased, all feudalist knights, soldiers, and officials would still be loyal to the Lord. It could be said that among all the known systems, except for the pure ancient slavery, there was no other system that could clearly divide people into different classes. And once this class was established, it couldn't be changed for a long time. Just like the saying went, the reason why nobles were nobles wasn't just because of their noble bloodline, but also because of their monopoly of knowledge and military power. With Andre's current status as both a mage and a baron, he had enough power and social status to make a large group of people work for him. However, he didn't like the reverence that came with power. Instead, he liked to use gentle methods to cultivate relationships, because this kind of subtle method to gain loyalty was the only way to withstand the test. Those relationships that were maintained by money and power were relatively fragile. When faced with real difficulties, none of them could be relied on. Demonkin warriors are the same as dragon warlocks. They both activate the special energy contained in their bloodline to achieve the effect of atavism. At that time, the demonic characteristics on Taffrin will become particularly obvious. With that, Boris pointed at Eunice. For example, her horns, tail, hooves, and so on will become more demonic. Those with pure bloodline will even grow a pair of bat-like wings. Of course, you don't have to worry too much about her becoming a complete demon, because this form is usually manifested through the ability to transform. She can still maintain her normal appearance. After hearing the president's description, Andre roughly understood what Demonkin warriors were all about. To put it bluntly, it was about activating the bloodline energy and becoming a warlock. The only difference was that the former was more inclined towards strengthening one's physique and strength, while the latter was more about increasing one's spellcasting ability. Mages only played a role in the distribution of energy. As for the final result, it depended on individual differences. When he thought of how Eunice had turned into a succubus not long ago, he couldn't help but explain with a bitter smile, "Master, I'm afraid you still don't know, but I've seen it with my own eyes. When she was in danger, she directly turned into a succubus that was more than one, 8 meters tall. If she activated it, would there be any side effects?" "Succubus?" Boris's old face showed unconcealable surprise. "I thought that was a lie you made up to get more benefits. It's a pity that in your eyes, I'm actually a guy who would lie for small benefits." Andre patted his chest and deliberately made a sad expression. Boris laughed loudly and shook his head. "Ha ha! If you see what those ordinary mages do after completing a mission in the association, you'll immediately understand where my paranoia comes from. All right, let's stop chatting here. I'll give you this Teflon in 1 month's time. I hope she'll be able to protect you in the coming turmoil. Please rest assured, I swear you'll definitely get what you want in a year's time." Andre bowed deeply as he spoke. He knew very well why the great mage in front of him was suddenly so concerned about him. It was all for the sake of obtaining the spell that could devour souls to escape death. That was why he made this promise without hesitation. Very good. Boris, who had received a promise, showed a satisfied expression. He turned around and looked at the dying coal with cold eyes, muttering to himself, "Now let's see who this person who's been hiding behind the scenes and vainly trying to overthrow Linton City is." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly took out a copper plate from his pocket full of pockets and quickly chanted an incantation. A few seconds later, an invisible cylindrical energy field enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 176. Apart from the Archmage himself, everyone else present felt something invading their minds. Eunice couldn't even resist, and her thoughts were read in an instant. Andre fared slightly better. His high intelligence and complex thoughts successfully blocked the energy from invading his brain. At the same time, he recognized the name of the spell. It was the level 2 Arcane spell, Mind Detection. This spell could read a person's thoughts, and the difficulty depended on the target's intelligence. Generally speaking, creatures with lower intelligence and simpler minds were easier to read. On the other hand, creatures with more complex thoughts and higher intelligence could not be read, and the spellcaster could be stunned for a few seconds by the huge amount of information generated when they were thinking. However, it was clear that no one in the dungeon could surpass an Archmage in terms of intelligence. Even Andre, who had 19 points of intelligence, was no exception. Boris obviously didn't care about Eunice's thoughts. He pinched the bard's chin and asked loudly, "Tell me, who is your master? Why did you suddenly attack a member of the association? What ulterior motives do you have?" Cough, 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 cough. After a series of violent coughs, Call, who was covered in wounds, stared with 2 blood-red eyes. He let out a chilling, sinister laugh. "Hee hee hee. I recognize you. The strongest spellcaster in Linton City, the president of the association, and a great wizard who specializes in transmutation. I'm right, Mr. Boris. Master has already done a thorough investigation on you a few years ago. Even your favorite sixth-tier Arcana technique, the Tansen transformation technique, was no exception. How dare you spy on my privacy? Boris suddenly increased the strength of his hand, and the bard's face turned red, and he couldn't breathe. Without a doubt, he was enraged. Veins popped out on his forehead, and the muscles on his thick arms tightened. If he used a little more strength, he could immediately twist the bard's head off. Ha! Ha ha! Even if you kill me, it's useless. Master's plan is foolproof. No one can stop him from completing his grand mission. As the great Taoist master's hands got closer and closer, Call's breath became weaker and weaker. After saying the last word intermittently, his eyes rolled back, and he fell into temporary shock. Seeing that the captive had fainted, Boris loosened his grip. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Strange. I can't even detect the slightest ripple of thought. Could it be that someone used magic to block it in advance?" After all, although the power of arcane spells was mysterious and unpredictable, there were also many ways to defend against them. Almost every killing and control spell had a corresponding defensive spell. As long as one took precautions in advance, even a great mage wouldn't be able to do much about it. After walking around in circles, Boris seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. "Oh, right. Soul. I can start with his soul. There seems to be a magic ritual recorded in the Mage Tower that can extract a creature's soul and retrieve its memories." He excitedly muttered to himself for a while, and immediately said to Andre, "I need to go back to the Mage Tower to look up some information. Wait here for a while. I'll be back in half an hour at most." "Understood. I'll personally look after the captive here." Andre nodded and agreed without even thinking about it. He understood that with his methods and spellcasting skills, he wouldn't be able to get any useful information out of Call. After all, Call had been acting like a lunatic who wasn't afraid of death. The intense pain would only make this fellow crazier. "You come with me." Boris directly pointed at Eunice, who was trying to hide himself. His personality was just like his robust body. He was rather boorish and bold. When he said that he wanted to go back to the Mage Tower to look up information, he immediately planned to leave without any hesitation. As a great mage and the president of the Mage Association, his time had always been very precious. Not only did he have to study profound arcane knowledge, but he also had to be responsible for managing the rebellious members. Especially in the past 2 years, no one knew who was the first to discover that his lifespan was nearing its end. Many people had started to form groups in an attempt to vie for the vacant position of president. However, up until now, the few advanced mages above level 9 showed no signs of joining in. Instead, it was those around level 7 or 8 who had shed all pretense of cordiality and started to fight amongst themselves. They didn't understand that the position of president of Linton City's Mage Association wasn't a position that could be secured with the support of more people. Powerful individual strength and an outstanding political mind were both indispensable. However, before he found a way to extend his lifespan, Boris didn't intend to interfere too much with these petty actions. However, he had to ensure that the Mage Association and even the entire Linton City was still within his control. Otherwise, he wouldn't spend so much effort to meddle in the affairs of the nobles. After all, no matter what, the Mage Association was attached to the administrative system. Only with the approval and support of the city's ruling class could they continue to operate and maintain themselves. Of course, if the mastermind behind the scenes gave the same promise, it wasn't impossible for the association to remain neutral. It was precisely because of this that President Boris was so anxious to obtain some useful information from the captive, so that he could make the right decision. Even though Eunice didn't want to leave with the great mage, she could only submit in the face of immense power. She glared at him with resentful eyes and finally disappeared at the end of the corridor that led to the surface. After watching the two leave, Andre rubbed his dry eyes and yawned. He muttered to himself, "I hope it won't be too long. I'm so sleepy that I can barely keep my eyes open," as he hadn't slept an entire night, and with so many unexpected situations, he was now in a state of mental exhaustion. His upper and lower eyelids were fighting, and his brain was in a daze. The flames in the iron basin in the dungeon flickered incessantly, projecting two large shadows. Suddenly, one of the shadows began to sway strangely. Then a puff of black smoke slowly emerged from Call's nose, quickly forming the shape of a person. The scene was so strange. As the black smoke grew thicker, the originally illusory figure gradually became more and more real. Finally, it condensed into a woman wearing a gray cloak and black leather armor. It was the female scorpion that he saw not too long ago. Chapter 177. This dangerous woman first glanced at the bard, who had fainted. The corner of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sarcastic smile. Then she pulled out a dagger from her waist, licked it gently with the tip of her tongue, and raised her hand to stab into the bloody eye socket. Just at this critical moment, Andre, who was dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes and warned with a sneer, "If I were you, I wouldn't act rashly. Otherwise, the fatal beam will immediately pierce through your head." Hearing these words, the female scorpion stopped less than 2 millimeters away from the eye socket. This was because she had already seen Small Eye preparing to attack in the dim corner above her head. As long as the dagger pierced into the brain, then in this short 1 second or so, the fatal beam would definitely hit 100% of the time. "Humph. It seems that I've really underestimated your alertness." After realizing that she had failed to silence Roland, the female scorpion directly put the dagger back into the sheath and very decisively stopped any further actions. This was because her direct combat ability was almost the same as the bard's, and she had no confidence at all that she could escape unscathed. In fact, professions such as bandits and bard were best at reconnaissance, support, and assassination. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would definitely not fight head-on. "Thank you for your compliment. My alertness has always been very high, so save those little tricks. Now, give me an explanation. What's the matter with this woman?" Andre questioned the other party while secretly preparing for battle. Although there were not many spell slots left after the fierce battle, especially the most powerful level, 3 spell, he was still confident that he could teach this mysterious woman a lesson. The battle between a mage and a melee profession was never about the number of spells or the level of their profession. It was about whose brain was smarter and whose tactics were more reasonable. Sometimes, at the crucial moment, a low-level spell was enough to turn the tide. In the arcane battles recorded in Lincoln City's library, there were countless high-ranked warriors and thieves who had been defeated by low-ranked mages. Sometimes it was because they were too arrogant, and sometimes it was because they were caught off guard by unexpected tactics that led to their deaths. As Andre's understanding of his profession became deeper and deeper, he could feel that mages were much more superior than other professions. Not to mention those terrifying destructive spells, the ability to escape death was enough to make all intelligent beings scramble for it. If it wasn't for the high requirement of intelligence, the high cost, the high mortality rate of apprentices, and the difficulty of training, perhaps the nobles would have sent all their descendants to the mage tower long ago. As the saying goes, knowledge is power. This sentence was not an abstract concept on the Oreire, but something that could be seen. The female scorpion, was keenly aware of the small movements under the loose robe. Her expression changed slightly, and she immediately opened her mouth to shout, "Stop your spell casting. I mean no harm." "Mean no harm?" Andre's smile. "Then what's the matter with this guy who calls himself Cole? Isn't he one of you? He's the same as me, a servant of Master. But this attack was done without Master's permission. It was completely his own idea, so you don't have to be so hostile towards me. Also, Master has already agreed to your request for compensation. Here's a bill of exchange for 300,000 gold coins and a small gift. As long as you agree to return Cole to me, then all of this is yours." After saying that, the female scorpion took out a dozen vouchers issued by the city's merchants, as well as an amulet inlaid with amber. It had to be said that these things were quite tempting to anyone. The former was a powerful and reputable large merchant company. In order to facilitate large transactions, they invented check-like slips of paper. Every slip of paper had a specific amount of money on it, and it was marked with a unique code and ink pad. With it, one could go to the designated merchant company to withdraw the corresponding goods and gold coins. As for the amulet, it was obviously emitting a strong magical aura. There was no doubt that it was a magic item. Although its specific function was unknown before it was appraised, it was definitely not a one-time consumable item. Andre narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman, whose face he could not see clearly. After a full minute, he nodded slightly. "All right, give me the bill of exchange, and the amulet first." As a debtor who was in debt as high as 120,000 gold coins and urgently needed a large amount of funds, he did not want to let go of such a windfall. Although Lady Anasta of West Xia had already set off to the island to prepare salt, it would take at least a month to 2 months to produce the first batch of salt. However, the manor in the valley not only needed to buy a batch of weapons and armor, but also had to store some food. Otherwise, with the current amount, they would not be able to last until the autumn harvest. The management and operation of a territory was a very troublesome matter. It was Andre's first time coming into contact with it, so it was inevitable that he was a little flustered. In addition, he also planned to increase the number of cavalrymen by 350 at once. Spending money was like running water, not to mention that the profession of a mage was also quite expensive. Fortunately, he had chosen the spellcasting material exemption specialty. Otherwise, just buying the materials for spellcasting alone would not be a small expense. Now, he finally understood why the mages in Linton City were so keen on accumulating wealth. The prices of all kinds of magic items, scrolls, materials, potions, and books were just too high. In particular, the magic scrolls of level 3 and above required one to become a senior member. It was said that the price of each scroll was no less than 5,000 to 10,000 gold coins. For the sake of increasing the number of arcane spells that they had mastered, mages of level 7 and above were sometimes willing to pay several times the price to buy a magic book that they had never seen before. Ever since the ancient magic civilization had been cut off, countless powerful arcane spells that once terrified the gods had been buried in the dust of history, silently waiting for the bold adventurers to come and unearth them. Although there were not many things that were truly useful, the mages who were obsessed with restoring the glory of the great magic civilization were still willing to pay a high price to buy them. This was because they all knew that these antiques were likely to contain profound magical knowledge. Once they were deciphered, they would immediately be able to wield great power. For a mage, knowledge was equivalent to power, and it was equivalent to higher spellcasting levels and more spell slots. In Linton City, adventurers would bring the items they found in the ruins to be auctioned every few months. The most recent auction would be in the near future, and Andre wanted to participate to see if he could buy anything useful. Chapter 178. Of course, All of this required money. Gold coins were omnipotent. This was especially true in the prosperous South. So after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to accept the other party's conditions. But although he had promised the female scorpion that she could take the bard away, he did not say whether he was dead or alive. This meant that even if he took away a corpse, it would not be considered a breach of his promise. Andre did not want to let a psychopathic killer like Call go back alive, especially since he had threatened Chloe's safety. Therefore, he had to die in the dungeon today. All right, I can give you the things first, but please remember, don't play any tricks. Saying this, the female scorpion put 30 bills of exchange worth $10,000 and the amulet on the table, and then took 2 steps back. She understood that there was no room for negotiation now. After all, a small and enclosed space like a dungeon without any obstacles was the most disadvantageous for a thief. If they were to fight, she would be the one at a disadvantage. Level 0 arcane spell, Mage's Hand. The target item does not exceed the weight limit. Capture successful. After 2 messages flashed in the retina, the bills of exchange and the amulet on the table were grabbed by an invisible magic hand and sent to Andre's hand. He did not pay attention to the notes with huge amounts of money and directly cast an identification spell on the amulet. After a few seconds, the relevant information appeared. Identification successful. Congratulations! You have obtained a magic item, secondary health amulet. It can increase the wearer's resistance to diseases and plagues, and at the same time, it can cast a level 1 divine spell 3 times a day. Minor healing can heal 1 to 8 HP of the target, an additional 1 HP for each priest level, and can also heal not very serious wounds. The effect is equivalent to that of a level 5 priest. Note, this item has been blessed by a good god in ancient times. No one from the evil camp can wear it, or they will be burned by the positive energy in an instant. Seeing the specific effects, Andre's lips curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Without saying anything, he put it on his neck. In fact, when he first saw the amber amulet, he immediately knew that it was a magic item related to health. According to the Book of Gems, amber itself contained the ability to dispel plagues and diseases. Many temple priests' amulets and badges could not do without amber. However, the 3 minor injuries treatment every day was a big surprise. Healing magic could save lives at critical moments. A bottle of potion with the same effect as heal minor wounds cost about 100 gold coins, and the shrines only sold it to those close to them. In order to get this qualification, many experienced adventurers had to complete several dangerous missions issued by the shrines. Obviously, the main reason why the Holy Temple was so strict in controlling the spread of divine items was to prevent people from obtaining healing methods from other sources so that they could continue to maintain their authority in the field of healing. After all, one of the main reasons why many merchants and nobles believed in God was that priests could cure diseases. Generally speaking, as long as the brain was not damaged, even if the limbs were cut off, they could be regenerated through divine spells. The premise was that there was a powerful priest who had mastered advanced divine spells. Generally speaking, those who could regenerate limbs were basically the bishops of some large temples. They usually stayed in their rooms and focused on connecting their thoughts and souls closely with God. Unless there was an oracle, they would rarely treat someone. Of course, the Druids, who were known as the sons of nature, were not much worse than priests in terms of healing. However, they all hid deep in the mountains and forests, and all of them were cold and indifferent. It was better to kill oneself early than count on them. But these had nothing to do with Andre. With the minor injury treatment 3 times a day, he would be able to concoct a magic potion to treat minor injuries according to the formula in Introduction to Pharmaceutics. In the future, As long as he did not suffer particularly serious injuries in battle, he would no longer have to waste gold coins at the shrine. And as long as there was enough time, he could also give a bottle of potion to each of the cavalrymen he was secretly preparing. This way, it would be equivalent to having an extra life in a chaotic battle, and it would be easier to kill. Although it was a little extravagant to give the slave soldiers a potion that was worth 100 gold coins, everyone knew that veterans and new recruits were two completely different concepts. Moreover, after veterans had accumulated enough experience on the battlefield, they would quickly become level 1 warriors, and their combat power would instantly increase by more than double. Andre had read a lot of books before, and he knew that the war in Orire was a clash between elites. Winning by numbers was not advisable at all. So from now on, he planned to cultivate a group of true elites. It would be best if all of them could become professionals in the future, so that they could play a decisive role in the crucial moment. Just when he was feeling happy and feeling the powerful divine power in the amber, the female scorpion, who had been waiting by the side for a long time, impatiently urged, "Are you done? If you are done, I'll take call away. Master is still waiting for a reply." "What's the rush? Can't you see that I'm counting the money?" After saying that, Andre opened his eyes and began to check the parchment with complicated patterns. After a few seconds, he showed a satisfied smile. He pointed at the money and said in a rather playful tone, "You guys are really careful. Out of the 30 money orders, not 2 of them belong to the same company. Are you so afraid of being found out?" "Humph, that's not something you should be concerned about. Can you give call to me now?" The female scorpion did not pay attention to the sarcasm in the words. Instead, she stared with her sharp eyes and asked in a low voice. Andre shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "Of course, that guy will be yours soon." But before that, a strange smile appeared on his face, and he suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a chilling ray flashed from the main eye of the small eye, and the terrifying energy hit the bard's neck. After a short second, the head that had become ugly due to the erosion of the power of the abyss rolled to the ground with a grunt. Damage ray caused a fatal blow. 28 points of damage to the target. Target beheaded. Dead. 1,000 experience points gained. As these messages appeared on the retina, Andre sneered and made a gesture of invitation. "Done. No need to thank me. I know you wanted to kill him just now, so I helped a little. Now, you can take the body away." Chapter 179. The female scorpion trembled in anger, unable to say a word. After a few minutes, she suppressed her anger and growled in a low voice, "How dare you kill Call? Master will be furious. He'll crush every bone in your body." Andre was not intimidated by her threat at all. He even put on a nonchalant expression and shrugged. "Is that so? Do as you wish. I'm someone who hates trouble, so anyone who dares to cross my bottom line must be prepared to die. It doesn't matter how strong their backing is. Remember to tell your master to keep an eye on his dog. If something like this happens again, I don't mind telling the Parliament of Nobles in Lincoln City about your plans and actions." "Good. Very good. You're the first person who dared to threaten my master. I'm looking forward to seeing your end." After saying this, the female scorpion darted to the corpse and picked up Call's head. She turned into a cloud of black smoke and slowly merged with the shadow, just like when she'd arrived. Interesting. Andre stared at the place where the scorpion had disappeared, revealing an expression of great interest. This was the first time he'd seen such a strange phenomenon. Not only did it go against the common sense of physics, there was no trace of magic at all. It felt like some kind of innate ability. However, now was not the time to think about this. He'd received 1,000 experience points when he'd killed Call. It was just enough to raise his wizard level to level 7 and learn even more powerful rank 4 arcane spells. Although he couldn't buy rank 4 magic scrolls at the moment, he should be able to find 2 or 3 that he could use in Ulysses's scroll box. Thus, he couldn't wait to raise his wizard level. Are you sure you want to allocate 13,000 experience points to the wizard profession? Yes. Name: Androrace. Human alignment, neutral, good profession. Wizard level 7 experience required to level up 30,000/55,000 memorizable arcane spells. Level 0 for level 1. 5 level 2 for +1 effective wizard badge. Level 3, 3 level 4, 2 currently mastered arcane spells. Level 0, Mage Hand, Read Magic, Illuminate, Repair, Secret Imprint, Magic Trick, Tremor, Stun level 1, Prismatic Spray, Mage Armor, Grease, Appraisal, Magic Missile, Burning Hand, Metamorphosis, Shield, Counter Enemy, Charm Human level 2, Invisibility, Web, Fire Blade, Panic, Melf's Acid Arrow, Mirror Image, Flash Powder, Bull Strength, Featherweight Protection Arrow level 3, Stinking Cloud, Wind Creation, Fireball, Haste, Lightning, Fly, Dispel Magic, Suggestion, Summon Monster level 4, None HP, 20 seconds, Light Injury, Experience Points, 930, Unallocated, Specialty Points, 0 Attribute Points, 0 Mastered Specialties, Basic Potioneering, Magical Item Crafting, Scroll Copying, Pet Summoning, Beginner Forging, Beginner Wand Crafting, Material Exemption, Silent Spell Casting, Enhanced Spell Penetration Magic Pet Information Name, Small Eyes Race, Eye of the Pearl, Magic Creature, Alignment, Neutral Evil Profession, Magic Pet level 7, this creature's level increases as its Master's Mage level increases, HP, 28, Healthy Special Ability, Cold Ray, 24 shots per day, Damage Ray, 6 shots per day, Immune to Charm Spells, Innate Magic Resistance, Flying Mastered Specialties, Alertness, Flexible Movement, looking at the large amount of information that appeared on his retina after the upgrade. Andre suddenly felt a powerful magic energy flowing into his body. The eye-shaped tattoo on his hand also flashed with a silver light, and it slowly dissipated after a full minute. Strange. Why do I feel that this eye seems to have opened a little? Since the tattoo expelled the soul of the necromancer, he always had a strange feeling, as if all the power he had now came from this mysterious eye. But unfortunately, the feeling was, after all a feeling, there was no basis for it, and there were no special signs. He could only silently bury it in the bottom of his heart and slowly study it in the future. Maybe he could finally find the reason why he had transmigrated. Discarding all the messy thoughts, Andre began to check the changes in his power. First of all, the spell slots had increased, especially the appearance of the level 4 spell slots, which would greatly increase his combat power. Secondly, the Small Eyes damage ray had increased to 6 shots per day, which was enough to play a very important role in a fierce battle. At present, the only regret was that the necromancer's HP was too low, and his vitality was only 8 points, which could only be regarded as below average among ordinary people. Once he received a fatal blow, the possibility of him falling unconscious was very high. Andre had killed countless prey with his own hands ever since he came to this strange world. In the past few months, he had even killed many of his own kind. As a result, he had slowly figured out the relationship between HP and the degree of injury. Generally speaking, using weapons such as daggers and short swords to stab non-vital parts would usually only cause about 4 to 10 points of damage. Long swords, warhammers, spears, and the like could cause 6 to 14 points of damage. Killing weapons such as two-handed swords and two-handed axes could at least cut off 15 to 30 points of HP. Of course, the above values were based on his pitiful 7 points of strength. If a vital part was hit, it would immediately be a fatal blow, and the damage value would instantly double. if a vital part such as the head or the heart was hit, then even if the HP was not reduced to 0, he would immediately die. After all, this was not a game but a real world. Even though some of the advanced classes were so powerful that they did not resemble humans at all, they still followed the body structure of mammals. Even the legendary warriors who could turn their muscles as hard as steel were no exception, according to the above information. Andre's pitiful 20 points of HP. If he was stabbed once or twice, he would quickly fall unconscious due to excessive blood loss. This also meant that he could not be directly hit by the enemy's weapon in battle, or else he would definitely die. In fact, most of the necromancers were also very weak, only a little stronger than ordinary people. As long as a dagger was stabbed into the heart, it would be easy to send these people who had great supernatural powers to meet the Grim Reaper. After all, you could not expect a necromancer who rarely exercised, in terms of physical fitness, to be better than a warrior who exercised all day long. Chapter 180. However, the mages were no fools. They had also invented many methods to defend against physical attacks. Among them, the level 1 arcane spell, Mage Armor, was one of the best. The level 2 arcane spells, Invisibility, and Protective Arrow were all spells that could protect one's safety. However, all of these added together were not as useful as the level 4 arcane spell, Stone Skin. This spell could form a layer of hard granite on the surface of the target's body. Normal weapons would not be able to damage it. Even a two-handed axe would not necessarily hurt the target. It could absorb 10 points of physical damage per casting level, with the upper limit being 100 points. Moreover, the duration was very long, 1 hour per casting level. With this spell, one would not have to worry about being ambushed by enemies. As one of the most famous and practical defensive arcana spells, Ulysses naturally had to copy it into a scroll just in case. At this moment, the scroll box in Andre's waist bag contained a magic scroll for Stone Skin and a level 4 scroll for Igor's Black Tentacles. Although the name sounded a little evil, it was actually a very powerful control-type arcane spell. Its effect was to summon a large number of 3-meter-long gelatinous tentacles in an area. Once the tentacles caught the target would be fixed in place. Those who were not strong enough might even have their bones broken. It was simply a must-have item for traveling, murdering, and robbing. Unfortunately, the only drawback was that it was not very useful against those who were strong, because they could often use their advantage of strength to break free. However, this was nothing in Andre's eyes. If he wanted to use Igor's Black Tentacles, he would definitely release an oil spell or a web spell on the spot, ensuring that the enemy would not even have a place to borrow strength. They could only watch as they were strangled to death by the giant tentacles. Every spell that had been passed down until now had gone through the test of thousands of years. There was definitely not a single useless spell. Those seemingly ordinary and useless arcane spells, as long as they were used in a specific environment and situation, could immediately play a role in turning the situation around. The last page of the book, Magic, Enlightenment, mentioned that there was no such thing as useless magic in the world, only lousy mages. Without a doubt, as a transmigrator who came from an era of information explosion, Andre was naturally not a stubborn person. In battle, he would use every item on him to create a chance for himself to win, whether it was magical items, potions, scrolls, hidden arrows, crossbows, tri-edged thorns, traps, poisons. As long as he could kill his enemies faster and more efficiently, he would not hesitate to use it, even if he was discriminated against. After all, only those who had died once would understand how wonderful it was to be alive. In order to achieve this goal, he was willing to pay any price, not to mention that it was just an empty reputation, which was completely insignificant. Time ticked by. Just as Andre was considering whether or not he should take out the scroll to study the arcana, a series of hurried footsteps came from the stairs behind him. A few seconds later, Boris, the president of the Association of Mages, ran down excitedly and shouted, "Found it! He finally found it!" It had to be said that the mage who invented this magic ritual was truly blessed. "I can't wait to test its power." "I'm sorry, Master. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to try it. The woman called the female scorpion just came by, and the soul of the captive has probably already left for the kingdom of death." Andre pretended to sigh helplessly as he spoke, then pointed at the headless corpse. "What?" Boris was immediately shocked. He raised his head and glanced at the headless corpse, his face instantly darkening. "Tell me what happened. What ability does the other party have to be able to come and go freely in front of a mage? That woman can turn her body into a cloud of black smoke and blend into any place with shadows. I can confirm that she did not use any arcane spells, nor did she use any people or magical items. It feels like an innate ability." Andre was not in a hurry as he described what he saw in detail. In fact, he did not want the mage to know about his deal with the female scorpion. So he purposely said a lot of misleading things. A normal person's first reaction after hearing this would be to silence him. It would be impossible for them to think that he was the one who did it. As the saying goes, a truly brilliant swindler would never lie. They would often use selective truths to cover up the truth. Boris obviously did not expect the young man in front of him to deceive him. He frowned and thought for a long time, then suddenly revealed an expression of realization. "I know, that woman must have a shadow physique." Andre had never heard of this term before, and immediately repeated it softly. "Shadow physique? That's right. The Book of Planes mentioned that outside the world we live in, there are countless planes and half-planes. The legendary mages of ancient times had conducted many explorations and discovered thousands of them. The shadow plane is one of them. It overlaps with our world, just like a person and his shadow." Boris even crossed his hands as he spoke, making an analogy. He raised his clasped hands and continued to explain. "The shadow plane is so close to our world that there are often gaps. Some creatures of the shadow plane can easily pass through the passageway and appear in the human world. As most of these creatures rely on negative energy to survive and do not have a physical body, they are all extremely evil. Every time they appear, they will cause great destruction. Ordinary people will die instantly if they are touched. But there are exceptions to everything. Some women with particularly healthy bodies can withstand the invasion of negative energy for a short period of time. After they combine with the shadow creatures, they give birth to hybrids between illusion and reality. These hybrids are born assassins and spies. They can freely travel between the shadow plane and the real world." "You mean this woman who calls herself the female scorpion is a hybrid between a shadow creature and a human?" Andre asked in shock. As a materialist, he could not believe what he had just heard. An energy creature that did not have a physical body and was completely composed of negative energy could combine with a human and give birth to offspring. It did not conform to the laws of genetics at all, not to mention energy creatures. Even mammals could not produce offspring if the difference was too great. He could not understand how a shadow could inject its own genes into a woman's body and then give birth to a new life. Chapter 181. Ha 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 ha. Don't you find it strange? Boris noticed Andre's strange expression and asked with a laugh. Andre nodded slightly. "Yes, I can understand how such a huge difference in species can give birth to offspring. It completely goes against my knowledge in certain aspects. Ever since he had transmigrated to the Olyer continent, he had been constantly overturning his previous values, outlook on life, and worldview. Even some of his common sense had been overturned. However, he had never experienced something as impactful as today." Boris pointed at his own head and warned seriously, "Remember, you are a mage with supernatural powers. Don't look at this world with the eyes of an ordinary person. The universe is vast, and we are insignificant. There are many phenomena that cannot be explained rationally. What you need to do is not to go down a dead end, but to silently remember it in your heart. When the time is right, then look for the answer. If you want to go further on the path of magic, you need to open your mind. Thank you very much for your advice. I will control my curiosity and let it become a motivation to move forward, not an obstacle. I believe that I will be able to uncover all these secrets sooner or later. When he said this, Andre's eyes instantly released a fiery light. At this moment, he had finally found a new goal in life, and that was to raise his level as a mage as soon as possible, to explore and find the truth behind arcane magic, and to uncover the unsolved mysteries in the long river of history. Very good eyes. I hope you can keep it up. All right, since the captive is dead, there is no need for me to continue to stay here. If there is any danger, move to the Mage Tower and stay for a few days. Now go to sleep. What you need the most now is a good rest. You can think about the rest when you wake up. After saying this, Boris patted Andre's shoulder and turned to leave the dungeon. Watching the Archmage disappear completely at the end of the stairs, Andre rubbed his dry and tired eyes and sighed slightly. Sigh, I really should go to sleep. While murmuring to himself, he packed the bard's belongings, including a harp, a sword, a music score, and a delicate chainmail, and walked out of the dungeon with them. In a dark basement of Linton City, the female scorpion was kneeling on one knee as she recounted what had just happened in detail. Call's bloody head was placed not far from her, especially the eye sockets that had lost their eyeballs. Under the flickering light, they looked particularly eerie and terrifying. Master, that young mage called Andre threatened to tell you to look after your dog, or else he would reveal our plan. Oh, he actually dares to say that. The man whose entire face was hidden under the hood revealed a trace of surprise in his tone. Yes, master. This guy is the most savage young man I've ever seen. Do you want to teach him a lesson, or directly? The female scorpion's eyes flickered with a cold light. She used her thumb to gently slide across her neck, implying an assassination. The man laughed and waved his hand. Ha 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 ha! What an interesting fellow. Don't act rashly for the time being. Even though he has some conflicts with us, he's not an enemy. The most important task at present is to provoke a trade dispute between Bakarov City and Linton City, and then cooperate with the pirates of the Sardinia to bury all the navies in one fell swoop. Only then will the order of this city gradually begin to collapse. When the nobles can't afford to raise a large army, it'll be the best time for us to make a move. As the mastermind of this huge conspiracy, Andre's provocative warnings were nothing in his eyes. It wasn't worth getting angry over, and instead, he found it very interesting. It was like a lion seeing a young lion baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at him. Not only did he not feel threatened at all, he found it very interesting. If not for the fact that he had more important matters to attend to, he would have wanted to meet him personally to see what kind of young man dared to provoke him. The female scorpion raised her head slightly and asked with a face full of surprise, "Are you sure? He killed Cole in front of me. If Mia knew about this, she'd definitely go crazy. After all, she only had one brother. Also, Cole has always been in contact with the pirates. Now that he's dead, it'll be difficult to get the Pirate King's trust to send a new contact." She couldn't believe that her cruel and vicious master wasn't angry at all. Many servants would be tortured to the point of wishing they were dead just because they made a small mistake. You'll take over the Pirate King's side for now. In any case, the plan to control the gangs in the city has already failed. There's no point in continuing to tangle with that young man. It's better to focus on other things. As for Mia, don't tell her about Cole's death yet. The next few months are very important, and we can't allow any more mistakes. Remember, our goal is to secretly control the entire Green Sea Alliance and collect enough sacrifices for Lord Tamon. Everything else is secondary. With that, the hooded man took out a golden badge from his bosom and gently placed it on the table. Take this to the Sardinia Islands. The contact will arrange everything for you. Be careful, the pirate King Francis isn't an easy character to deal with. He's always been very wary of us, especially after the failure of the offshore plundering plan. This guy will definitely take the opportunity to make more excessive demands. Please don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. I promise not to let those dirty pirates take advantage of us. Also, there's one more thing I have to tell you. The president of the Association of Mages, Boris, seems to have formed an alliance with that young mage called Andre. After the female scorpion finished speaking, she picked up the golden badge on the table and instantly turned into a cloud of black smoke. Gradually, she merged with the shadow and disappeared without a trace. The man sitting in the chair stroked his chin, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as he muttered to himself, "Alliance? This is getting more and more interesting. This young man must have come up with conditions that Boris can't refuse. Maybe it's a way to escape death. It seems like there's a powerful great mage behind him. Master, I think it's time to move the chess pieces in the Association of Mages. Boris isn't an ordinary opponent. Once he joins the game, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to keep our plan a secret." Chapter 182, along with a cold and deep voice. A burly man over 2 meters tall walked out of the pitch-black tunnel. He was covered in black armor. However, his face was slightly different from a normal person's. His forehead was slightly tilted forward, his lower jaw protruded, and his 2 canine teeth were exposed. His skin was slightly gray and rough like sandpaper. Without a doubt, this was an orc with both human and orc bloodlines. They were smarter than orcs and stronger than humans. Although they were often ostracized by civilized society, they could still work as thugs, mercenaries, and bodyguards in the city. Cass, you've returned at the right time. How are the preparations for our army? The man asked without turning his head. Not bad. I've already conquered more than 30 large tribes in the border forest. We currently have 4,000 orc warriors, 2,000 earth goblins, 50 ogres, 30,000 kobolds, and 50,000 goblins. In addition, a family of hill giants has agreed to join us when we attack the city. Now, as long as you give the order, I promise to flatten Linton City. The orc warrior called Cass sat down on a chair, licking his dry lips as he replied with a sinister smile. It was obvious that his status was much higher than the others. This could be seen from his attitude and the way he spoke. The man nodded in satisfaction and pushed forward the honey wine on the table. Here, quench your thirst first. Now is not the best time to attack. Tell me about the situation in the forest, especially those barbarians. What are they doing after Ogre King's death? Cass took the bottle and unceremoniously bit the cork, downing half the bottle in one go. Huh, what good wine. I don't understand why you're still waiting after controlling such a large force. As for those barbarians, you don't have to care at all. They're constantly devouring each other every day, and they don't even have time to hunt. I estimate that it will take at least half a year for peace to return. The man wasn't angry at the orc's question. Instead, he patiently explained, "What I want is a complete city, not a pile of ruins. You have to understand that although war and slaughter can temporarily suppress the voices of opposition, it can't last long. We still need political means to achieve this. Now, I'll give you a new mission. Take advantage of the fact that the barbarians are busy fighting for the hunting ground and capture all of them in one fell swoop." He knew very well that due to the influence of his orc bloodline, this subordinate of his was rude and slow. Although his military ability was not bad, he still could not get rid of the bad habit of using violence to solve problems. However, it was precisely because of this that he was willing to hand over his most important army. After all, simple people were usually more loyal and wouldn't betray him easily. No problem. I'll go back and lead the army to attack the barbarians' gathering place. You'll see those annoying barbarians disappear in a month or two at most. Cass didn't even think, as he immediately patted his chest and promised loudly. In fact, as a commander, he was not as reckless as he appeared to be. However, in order to gain more trust, he deliberately pretended to be rude. Don't use too many troops. Especially don't let Lincoln City notice the changes in the border forest. I still need about a year to prepare. As he spoke, the man stood up and walked to the side of a map, using his finger to point at a valley north of the city. This is Two-Ways Valley, originally an outpost set up by the city council. It has now become the territory of a young wizard. So my request is to not alarm him as much as possible. Cass furrowed his brows, a trace of confusion in his eyes. He didn't understand why his master was being so cautious. Could a mere youth fight against an army of almost 100,000? Seeing the confusion in the half-orc's eyes, the man laughed lightly and asked, "You must be very curious as to why I'm so careful around this young man called Andre, right?" Cass nodded without hesitation. "That's right. Even though defeating the strongest warrior of the barbarians, Ogwang, is a very impressive feat for many people, you don't have to be so cautious, do you? You don't understand. This young man called Andre is only 14 years old, but he's already a rank 7 wizard who has grasped rank 4 arcane spells. Think about it carefully. How powerful would his teacher be?" At this point, the hooded man took a deep breath and suddenly released a terrifying magical energy, instantly enveloping the entire basement. A strange mana vortex rapidly rotated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and within a few seconds, 2 chairs and a table were turned into scraps. It took no less than half a minute for the vortex to calm down. After doing all this, he raised his right hand and clenched it tightly into a fist. He lowered his voice and roared, "Did you see that? This is the power of a great wizard above rank 15. And the mentor behind this young man is very likely to be even more powerful. He might even be an old monster who has grasped rank 9 arcane spells. Do you think that numbers will be of any use in front of such a person? I'm sorry, I was reckless." Cass shivered and hurriedly stood up to admit his mistake. He didn't dare imagine how terrifying a wizard who was even more powerful than his master would be. Perhaps within a few minutes, he would be able to use terrifying magic to kill all the kobolds and goblins. Very good. Remember, don't take the initiative to provoke him. I don't want to get into big trouble at this crucial moment. Now go and complete your mission. You don't have to worry about the Wizard Association." After speaking, the man waved his hand, and the brazier placed in the corner was extinguished. The basement was immediately plunged into complete darkness. However, Half-Beastman had unique night vision, so it didn't affect Cass at all. He bowed deeply to the man standing in the same spot, turned around, and disappeared without a trace. Watching his subordinate leave, the man's fingers twitched slightly, and his breathing quickened. After a few seconds, the face hidden under the hood became twisted and crazy, and he let out a maniacal laugh. "Ha ha ha ha! It's here. It's finally here. A perfect prey. Although he's still very weak, he's very delicious. I can't help but want to swallow him in one gulp. No, not now. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. After all, the game is only interesting when both sides are evenly matched." After saying this, the man's expression returned to normal. He raised a hand to cover his right eye and muttered to himself, "Yes, that's right. I have to be patient. Maybe he's Mentor's apprentice. It won't be too late to make a decision after observing for a while.